All right, good morning. Yeah, for some reason Zoom is not playing nice with me, but that's okay. I'll be over here. So we're really excited for day two, and this morning Jeff Deems is going to be chairing the session, and we'll have McKenzie Skiles kicking things off. And then Dave Gochis, Erik Skeie, Matt Meadows, Taylor Winchell. Then we have a break, and then Ned Bair at 10:45. Adrian Harpold, Kehan Yang, and Eli Boardman, whose surname may be familiar to some of you. So one thing I wanted to say. So yesterday, I hinted that we were going to have new measurements, and then I decided I had my gin and tonic last night. Nobody had to buy me one. So I can tell you that we are going to be moving to from visible through near infrared imaging spectrometer to visible through shortwave infrared imaging spectrometers this year, and that'll be on both planes, and perhaps the third plane if we go to a third plane. For us, this is really an exciting development. Joe and I come from the spectroscopy world. In fact, during my spectroscopy course at the University of Colorado, Joe was a guest speaker, and one of my scientific heroes, which is why I went and got him back in 2010 in the first place for ASO. So any rate, I just wanted to lay that out there before McKenzie said anything about spectrometers, so that she can know that what's coming is not just 400 to 1050 nanometers, but 400 to 2500 nanometers, with really incredible focus as well. So any rate, let me turn it over to Jeff, and we'll get started with the next round of the workshop.
Great, thank you, Tom. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Like Tom said, we've got an exciting lineup today, and getting things started, we'll roll with McKenzie Skiles. McKenzie's an assistant professor at the University of Utah Geography Department, and a longtime collaborator and friend of the program here. She is going to talk to us about using ASO data for snow retrievals and model development in her lab at the U of U. McKenzie.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Let me just share my screen here. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about how we use ASO data in the lab that I run at the University of Utah, and I just wanted to start off by thanking the students that are in the lab and are working with ASO data. Chelsea, Joe, Dylan, Matt, and Jewel are all grad students that have been working with ASO data. And then also, I'll be presenting some work from a project that's in collaboration with the USDA ARS Northwest Watershed Research Center. So I want to just recognize my collaborators on that work. So the outline is, as Tom hinted at, I'll talk about imaging spectroscopy first, and how with the old spectrometer, how we would retrieve snow albedo using just a shorter wavelength range for the previous version of the spectrometer on ASO, and then incorporating snow energy balance into modeling. I'll talk about some work my student Chelsea has been doing on snow property retrieval from LiDAR intensity, and work that my student Joe has been doing on photogrammetry and snow depth retrieval using RGB imagery. And then finally, I'll end with a spatially distributed model assessment, which is sort of scaling up watershed scale modeling that we are doing. Okay, so I'm just gonna skip past these because I bet you guys have seen a lot of ASO imagery already, but what I'm gonna go to is to show a snow spectrum here. And this is just an average snow spectrum. So we know that snow is highly reflective in the visible and decreases across the longer wavelengths. And the former imaging spectrometer on ASO was a CASI 1500 that covered the visible and near infrared portion of the solar spectrum where snow is reflective. It did cover the majority of the area where snow is reflective, and it covered a portion of this first dip in snow reflectance, which is the first ice absorption feature, which we can leverage to retrieve grain size. And then from grain size, we can retrieve sort of this full snow albedo. And just to delineate that, this snow reflectance curve is controlled by snow grain size, or what we call snow grain size, but is really ice absorption in these longer wavelengths. And then where ice is transparent in the shorter wavelengths, it's controlled by anything that makes snow darker. So this could be dust or black carbon. And so we can actually leverage the spectral curve to get snow albedo, as well as the impacts from light absorbing particles. So there was a push to do some work on the CASI 1500 data during SnowX 2017. And we kind of got these great conditions where we had a nice overflight with coincident ground spectroscopy measurements that we could use for vicarious calibration for the CASI. And then we could also use a subset of ground data for ground validation. And that's what I'm showing here. I'm showing the locations where we were able to take measurements coincident with an ASO overflight. And then 2 locations where we have in situ data for snow albedo, where we can get time series of both visible, near infrared, and broadband snow albedo. So multiple sites capturing slightly different snow conditions across 2 days. And when we compare the ASD field measurements, which is sort of this, sort of top of the line way to measure snow spectral reflectance to the ASO CASI, it looks pretty good. The uncertainty in measurements was about 5% following a vicarious calibration that was applied to the spectrum. And what you can do is, once you have a partial form of spectra, then you can model the extension over the rest of the wavelengths. And the reason why we want the spectrometer is multifold. ASO, it's helpful to classify the surface vegetation features, land cover types. It can differentiate between vegetation and snow. But for the purpose that I'm talking about, the reason why snow albedo is so important is because it's a dominant control on snow energy balance, and is the primary control in many locations on the rate of snow melt. So it's important not just to measure how much snow is in a watershed, but you also want to know how fast that snow is going to melt. And snow albedo is probably one of the strongest indicators of understanding how much solar radiation is actually being absorbed within the snowpack. And oftentimes when I'm talking about this, I get the question of, don't models just handle albedo? And then that's how net solar radiation is determined and sort of fed through a model. Well, the issue with letting a model handle anything is that it's pretty uncertain. And then with albedo particularly, there are very few measurements of snow albedo in mountains and over snow. And so there's not very good constraint on how snow albedo changes over time. And I'm just showing one example here of change in snow albedo measured in orange versus modeled in blue. And we can see that the model just does not decay snow albedo at the rate that we see sort of in the real world. And this is a dramatic example because it's in the San Juan Mountains in southwestern Colorado where the snow gets really dusty. But we know that this is the case in most places across the West, that it's just not capturing, models just don't capture the rate of snow decline in albedo, and that leads to errors in net solar radiation and miscalculations in runoff timing. And so if we are able to measure it and measure it at high resolution with something like ASO, it would actually allow us to validate remote sensing measurements that we get daily. It would allow us to constrain models. It's just a really valuable constraint, both you know, it's a snapshot in time, but it allows us to see it spatially, where the instrumentation sites only allow us to see it through time. So just to show an example of the value of this type of data, I'm showing two different model runs, one where it's allowed to run without updating albedo, and one where we constrained albedo using an ASO flight and also observations on the ground. And what we see is if we don't accurately represent albedo and an albedo decline, the model misses snowmelt timing. That's the difference between this yellow and this red line. Misses snowmelt timing by weeks. And then if we do get albedo correctly, the snowmelt timing in the model is in line with observations. So that's a pretty powerful indicator that we should be representing snow albedo accurately in our models, because even if you get the mass right, that's not helpful if you don't get the timing right. And I have just a video showing this where we have the model runs where there's no albedo updates on the left here, and then albedo updates on the right. And you can see the difference through time as the snow starts to melt. The difference becomes a little more obvious here, whereas if you have albedo updates in the model, the snow melts out much more quickly. So it's very exciting, before I go to the lighter stuff, it's very exciting to hear Tom say that they're getting a spectrometer with longer wavelengths, because there has been some I don't want to call them headaches, some challenges dealing with this shorter wavelength range, particularly with the type of sensor that's used, introduces a lot of uncertainty into the grain size retrieval. And so with longer wavelengths, I don't think that's going to be an issue, and we don't have to sort of model the extension of the rest of that spectral reflectance. And so it's very exciting. Okay, so I'm going to talk about quickly some development work that my student Chelsea is doing. So we know from LiDAR that we get X, Y, and Z, but also we get intensity. And the laser wavelength 1064 sits within this grain size absorption feature for snow, which means that the LiDAR intensity, in theory, should be sensitive to snow grain size. And what complicates the direct use of snow grain or LiDAR intensity from any LiDAR instrument is the fact that, one, instruments tend to be proprietary, and you don't know much about what the intensity values actually mean. And the intensity values can be a little nonsensical sometimes. And then also, in order to correct for intensity, if you want to normalize the values, you have to account for the range beneath the plane, so the distance between the plane and the land surface, as well as the incidence angle that the LiDAR is striking the surface. So if you don't correct for these, your intensity is highly sensitive to range and incidence angle. So you wouldn't be able to interpret your intensity values quantitatively. And what you have to do is actually apply a correction that it takes into account the range beneath the plane and the plane's location to account for the incidence angle. And when you correct for range and incidence angle, what you get is a corrected intensity, and you can compare this corrected intensity to this uncorrected intensity, and immediately you can see in the uncorrected intensity its sensitivity to range, because the elevation is low down here and high up here. And you can see a gradient across the image that disappears once you use a corrected intensity. So what's really valuable about this corrected intensity is that first off, it allows you to classify snow cover with pretty high certainty. And this is an improvement over the standard sort of snow classification using something like a spectrometer that's sensitive to sun angle. So if we have a vegetation classification using imagery, we can see that the shadows are kind of an issue here, and that would be the case in mountains because you have a high sun angle anyways. But if you do a snow classification using the LiDAR, it's irrespective of sun angle. So that's nice and very helpful. But then we can also use that scaled or corrected intensity, relate it to reflectance using ground measurements, using stable surfaces, and account for the incidence angle again to retrieve a snow grain size over the surface. And in this one, it's masked to the snow cover. And that is very cool because we normally would rely on something like an imaging spectrometer to retrieve the snow grain size, but this shows that you could retrieve it from the LiDAR intensity and then work forward from there through some next steps. And this is sort of very early work by my student Chelsea, but it's exciting. This flight was in February and had just followed new snowfall. So the grains are pretty small and we see this small grain size distribution. Okay, so that is grain size from LiDAR intensity. And then I'm going to switch topics here again real quickly. We've also been using the RGB imagery from ASO, which is sort of housed within the LiDAR unit and taking pictures. Original intent, from what I gather, is to colorize the LiDAR point cloud, but it's a very nice camera. It's a 80 megapixel medium format camera. I'm just showing some pictures here taken from the plane. You can pick out individual cars on the side of the road. If we zoom in here. And our original idea was if these pictures exist already and they're overlapping in a flight area, we would we could use them for structure for motion photogrammetry to get surface elevations from the pictures themselves. And it would allow us to tell how well photogrammetry does relative to LiDAR surface elevations, which is sort of the best that's out there. And so when we run it through a structure for motion algorithm, that's just saying, match all the points that are in overlapping pictures and reconstruct the geometry. So it's just a modern form of photogrammetry. We could do this over again. We're in Senator Beck Basin here, and the output from this structure for motion workflow is similar to LiDAR, where you get a point cloud. You get a sparse cloud, and then you get a dense cloud. And what I'm showing here is the dense cloud, which over this relatively small sort of 3 square kilometer area, it's 40 million points. From there, we can work through to some nice orthomosaic imagery by combining the elevation model and the imagery. And then what we really first wanted to test with this work is can we actually represent snow surface elevations with structure for motion photogrammetry? Because snow is such a bright surface. Do we actually reconstruct the surface well? And with this flight, once we masked to snow cover, we had a mean elevation of 3,759 meters, which essentially exactly matched the LiDAR within a few centimeters. We were kind of working in an ideal area without a lot of vegetation, but this was a really promising sort of first step. It wasn't perfect. We had some outliers, particularly around sort of rocky areas, some steep slopes, some areas where snow was very bright. But overall, it was promising to move on to the next step, which was snow depth. And we moved to a more challenging sort of watershed and conditions, the East River, which everyone has already heard about. But we chose a flight in May when snow was melting and sort of larger grain and older to test this under more challenging conditions. And we reconstructed surface elevations using photogrammetry for snow-free and snow-on, and differenced them, and then compared it to the LiDAR snow depths. And what we found is that overall, where snow is mapped by both methods, structure for motion and LiDAR, that they compare pretty well to each other. But there are places where structure for motion just don't capture snow, where LiDAR does capture snow. And what we saw is that if you look at the overall distributions, they compare pretty well, but there is a gap. And when we looked a little bit more deeply into that, we found that the highest reconstruction errors were in vegetation, which is not surprising because it's hard to capture a vegetation structure using imagery alone, and then that imagery can't see through vegetation like a LiDAR can. We also saw that there were issues in pretty shallow snow, where the uncertainties are higher with photogrammetry than relative to LiDAR. And then again, on very steep slopes. This wasn't a huge portion of the basin, but it's important to understand where structure for motion photogrammetry is limited and where it can be valuable. And where snow depth was mapped by both methods, they matched very well, basically 100% match, but there were these spots where structure for motion struggled a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna just show you a pretty picture here, or a pretty video. We're running a snow model over a portion of the Upper Gunnison that includes the East River watershed. And I'm not gonna go into the details of how we're running the model, but it's the AWSM model from the Northwest Watershed Research Center, and where ASO comes into for our sort of model development is for validating the spatial snow depths through certain time steps in our model runs. And we have multiple flights from ASO within our model domain, and having ASO snow depth data allows us to validate this model or assess this model in ways we would never be able to do with just point measurements alone. And what we've been finding in comparison to both SNOWTEL and ASO data is that we have a hard time forcing our model with the atmospheric forcings that we're using from the high resolution rapid refresh model, where precipitation is not captured early in the season. But by meltout season, the model comes back in line with ASO. And this has just allowed us to investigate further some of these precipitation issues that we see in the forcing data with her. And so ASO allows us to do that in a way that really hasn't been possible until we had that type of data. And I will end there. 10:30. Awesome. That was perfect timing. Sorry, it's not what never happens.
Kudos. When we get later on, it won't be your fault. Thanks, McKenzie. Lots of great stuff there. A number of questions coming in. One question was how you guys are calculating incidence angle for the LiDAR shots.
Yeah, so we account for the scan angle from the LiDAR, and we use the DEM from the LiDAR as well, and that allows us to calculate the incidence angle. Okay, cool.
So yeah. It's done at the terrain model resolution, not per point.
Yeah. Not
okay.
Yep.
And kind of following on that, Ann Nolan asks, she says the corrected intensity still looks pretty much like incidence angle. And it seems that steep incidence angles are problematic. What are your thoughts on that?
Actually, the steep incidence angles can't be problematic, and they can overcorrect. And this has been found in other work as well. Basically, like over 40% or over 40 degrees, you get an overcorrection of your intensity. And so we're aware of that, and there's corrections that you can do or that other people have done in other work, especially in urban environments where you have sort of steep sloped roofs, is this one of the papers that I'm remembering. But when we compare to ground measurements, not in that steep terrain, we see a really good agreement between grain size from LiDAR and grain size from the field spectrometer.
Awesome.
Jeff, I have one thing to throw in real quick. We use LiDAR intensity in the classification process for snow cover. The one issue to note is, so the imagery you were using was from February, and the grain sizes are quite small then. As the grain sizes increase, then you start to run into degeneracy with vegetation and soils. And so there comes a time, generally in the spring, that that the LiDAR intensity is not it's not that useful for that particular classification, which is why we would love to see a dual wavelength laser system with the kinds of specs that we require. They do exist, but we wouldn't be able to capture basins with the kind of resolution that we want with a 532 and 1064 nanometer laser system. So, any rate, just some of the caveats on that.
Yeah, and I only presented one flight. We've done the retrievals over multiple areas, and including the East River, like the May flight, but we didn't have coincident ground measurements to validate for that flight.
Yeah. Still awesome. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, McKenzie. We will move on to our next presenter. And that is Dave Gochis, his first talk of 2 today. Dave will be giving the keynote this afternoon as well. Dave's a research scientist at the Research Applications Lab at the National Center for Atmospheric Research here in Boulder. This morning, he's going to look at some process studies looking at the use of ASO data in their process-based modeling. And this afternoon, we'll, like I said, give the keynote talking about a broader vision for physically based remote sensing and runoff forecasting. Dave, take it away.
Cool. Can you see everything and hear me?
Looks good. Sounds good.
So yeah, thanks for the introduction. And yeah, I will be talking about a little bit of history here, which was some of the initial work that was done to start using ASO data several years ago and how it evolved into a bit more work on data assimilation methodologies. So I'm going to cover a recent study, which was led by Tim Lammers out of the NASA LIST group, which is in review right now, looking at assimilation of ASO data into this joint WRF hydro LIST system, and then wrap up with the discussion, as Jeff just mentioned, sort of seeding the discussion for the presentation this afternoon on the real-time forecasting applications, which have really picked up steam over the last 2 years. So that's basically the outline here. The goal of what we've been doing in coordination with the ASO team is really looking at the impact of utilizing ASO both as an assessment tool and as an assimilate into these process-based hydrologic prediction models. And so that's where we're headed. So I'll start by mentioning this study, which happened around 2015, 2016, while of course all the ASO folks were still at NASA at JPL. But had gotten involved with various missions, both in California, of course, at that time, but then also here in Colorado. And this study, which was called Rio Snowflow, which was looking at different ways to improve the observational basis for seasonal water supply forecasts in the headwaters of the Rio Grande system here in Colorado. Of course, the Rio Grande, like a lot of Western rivers, heavily overallocated and stringent interstate compact agreements between states. And of course, the interesting thing with the Rio Grande is it has very little storage capacity. And that means there's a premium placed on forecast skill and being able to meet those interstate compact agreements in terms of how much water gets delivered to the downstream state, New Mexico in this case, each year. Joe Busto, who was the program officer with the Colorado Water Conservation Board at that time, built this team of researchers to look at the impact of different data sets, novel, sort of innovative data sets that could be used in a water supply forecasting context to see if we could harvest some improvements in skill through the use of these. Some of those were gap filling radars, And that led to the installation of a now permanent radar installation in Alamosa in the San Luis Valley in the headwaters of the Rio Grande. And another one of those was, of course, ASO, flying over the headwaters of the main stem Rio Grande as well as the Conejos River Basin. And so what I'll be focusing on here is some of that initial assessment that was done. There were some surface station deployments too, which of course help with some ground validation, but I'm not going to focus on those here. So the process-based model that we're using here is this NOAA MP WRF Hydro modeling system. So this system has been developed over many, many years through collaborations with the academic community, operational forecasting entities within the National Weather Service, and a broader community around the world. It combines aspects of column land surface models, sort of full energy and water balance accounting in those, with other aspects of terrain routing. I mentioned some of the key processes here because, of course, these are areas which, traditionally we have quite a bit of uncertainty in these representations and in the evaluation of these model components. But with platforms like ASO, we're sort of able to systematically check off some of these uncertainties because we actually have some of the observations. Well, sometimes they may not be perfect. They're a lot better than what we've been dealing with in the past. And I think McKenzie's talk laid out a pretty good foundation for that for a lot of the radiative transfer components. So the NOAA MP column land surface model and some of its key physics here affecting snowpack are listed over here on the left-hand side. And there's an explicit canopy with dynamic vegetation representation, multi-layer energy-based snowpack formulation. It's got liquid water retention. There's a 2-channel snow albedo formulation that's being used in this particular configuration, frozen soil schemes over glacier areas. There is a glacial mass balance component, which is actually swapped in using the Crocus model, a special configuration of that. What this system is not doing, however, is of course that critical wind redistribution. And that's one of these key processes in a lot of these traditional forecast models that hasn't yet been included. Of course, it's in many of the new modern snow process models, like Snow Model and Alpine 3D and some of those other ones, but it's not included here. And that's a key source of uncertainty and error that it tends to propagate into our models. This column land surface model, as I mentioned, within the WRF Hydro architecture is linked to other hydrologic routing components and then sort of tied into a full data assimilation system and forecast system that integrates forward in time, pulls in different meteorological data sets, and produces final forecasts. I'm going to go into quite a bit more detail on this stuff this afternoon. It's not essential for some of the things that I'm going to present this morning, but it's just to let you know sort of we're moving this towards a full process-based representation of these key hydrologic processes affecting sort of runoff, water yield, stream flow, timing, and amount in these systems. So the first study that we did back in 2015, 2016 is we were running this model with and without gap filling radar, but we had no really good way to evaluate the snowpack estimates that were being generated from this system outside of SNOTEL stations and of course a few of the additional ground validation stations that were implemented. So with ASO, we actually were able to get sort of this first in time, really high resolution, spatially distributed map of snowpack in the headwaters of the Rio Grande system, and then look at its impact in assessing the behaviors that were coming out of the model driven by these different forcing data sets. And McKenzie already talked about some of the sensitivities and limitations we have with these forcing data sets. So again, just a quick example of this. On the top, you see sort of the raw 50-meter ASO product. And we don't run our model right now at 50 meters over the whole basin, tied into the hydrology model. It's run at a coarser resolution. This configuration is similar to what the National Water Model is running at NOAA right now. And you can see what happens when we degrade ASO between those two products up to that scale. But you still get a fairly detailed and fairly rich in terms of variability depiction of snowpack. This is from a flight on April 6th of 2015. And you, again, in the upper right-hand side, you can see the areal fraction and the mean snow water equivalent. This is for the Conejos Basin. We're down by the New Mexico border here for those not familiar with the area. So we're getting in a pretty dry area. It's not a massive snowpack, and this wasn't necessarily a huge year up to this point in the year. In the lower two panels, you'll see on the left-hand side, the 1 kilometer SNODAS product and the 1 kilometer WRF Hydro background open loop analysis and some of the key pack statistics associated with those. And I don't think it takes much scratching your head to see there's quite a different view of snowpack between those two products and the ASO product in terms of the patterns of variability, and particularly the key areas of depth of snowpack that accumulated in certain areas, but also the areas where snow is not still present in those model runs, as that has a big impact on where runoff production occurs and how efficiently. So with this, obviously we could get a look at how well the model was doing compared to reality as given by ASO, whereas in the past we were solely limited to really evaluating how the model was doing compared to SNODAS and points measurements at snowtail sites. Now, this was a year which actually had quite a bit of late season precipitation, which is another key aspect of being able to get multiple flights of ASO during a forecasting season. So what you see here now is the translation of, again, a high resolution snowpack estimate. This is now from June 2nd, and what that means in terms of overall basin average snow water equivalent. And you can see it actually has gone up quite a bit while the overall areal fraction has depleted significantly by that point in time. So this was one of these seasons with a Colorado so-called Miracle May that really saved the snowpack and the water resources for that year. You can see that the model in the lower right-hand corner did tend to get some of this behavior, but clearly not in the manner that represented the total volume input into the basin as compared with ASO. Relying strictly on SNODAS for this case was quite a bit problematic. It still had a fairly broad aerial coverage at this, but was rather shallow snow depths by this point in the season. So this initial study, which again was focused on the assessment phase of using ASO to validate background model runs, kind of yielded the following conclusions. It provided an unprecedented spatial depiction and validation of the distribution and the amount. These dynamics in the snowpack are, of course, critical to getting the right hydrologic responses. The variability was much greater from ASO than that coming from either the free running open loop model, and this is all degraded back to 1 kilometer as opposed to the native even 50 meter resolution product, but particularly related to other products like SNODAS. ASO is also useful in evaluating the other observational platforms such as the gap filling radar, and it really motivated us to move forward with looking at assimilation methodologies. So working with the LIST team, we ended up working on this project, which linked WRF Hydro within the NASA LIST framework, which is a land model driver system, which runs a bunch of different land surface models, but allows for a lot of data assimilation of NASA derived remotely sensed products. There's a variety of different data assimilation methodologies which are used in the LIST system. A lot of them are ensemble based, or the ENKF, ensemble calm and smoother, particle filter methodologies. And these tools are linked together using ESMF or Earth System Modeling Framework coupling tools, which really facilitates a lot easier coupling of complex models. I don't have time to go into a ton of the details of this study. And again, it's still in review, but the results of which are particularly encouraging. For this particular study, we utilized 5 years of data from the Tuolumne River Basin, and using an ensemble common filter with perturbations to various model states, the snow water equivalent product and the snow depth product, as well as several of the different meteorological forcings, we were able to assimilate multiple images or multiple scenes of ASO data into the model and look at its resulting impact both on snowpack distribution and stream flow. And so here's a quick snapshot of those results. On the upper left, or in the left-hand corner, you see 3 different years of basin average SWE, just as sort of in a comparison of the different methodologies here. It can be a little difficult to untangle each one of these plots. I think the key thing is that, ASO, you can see the little dots there. The assimilated product is in green, so it tends to get keyed to a dot and then it will drift away from it. And then the assimilation from a new scene will bring it back in line with that dot. There are some other products here which are also listed. One is the Snowdash product in yellow, and the other one in blue is the recent University of Arizona analysis product. And so you can sort of track how these different analyses of snowpack are behaving with respect to each other. We're treating ASO largely as truth here, lacking other specific spatially distributed observations, which aren't really available. On the right-hand side, you can see the basin mean maps of each one of these products. And in the lower right-hand corner, I think is kind of the telltale sign of the data, the difference between the assimilated product and the open loop or non-assimilated model product. And the key thing here is really the differences in the distribution and amounts that are seen when we do the data assimilation. ASO is really pushing the distribution of snowpack up into the higher elevations as compared to the open loop version of the model. That is in fact moving water away from a lot of the channels. And that has a big influence in these runs on the efficiency of runoff production, as opposed to having that water sit in sort of a lower lying riparian areas where the translation of snowpack melt to runoff and the coupling with the groundwater system can be much more direct. So looking then at patterns of runoff and stream flow in the upper left-hand corner, you're looking at differences between the assimilation model and the open loop model in terms of where water is flowing into the model-derived channel network. Blue means that the assimilated product is greater, there's greater channel inflow, and red means there's a decrease compared to that. And so you can see with that redistribution of snowpack pushed into some of these headwater areas, you're moving water runoff production or channel inflow production into some of these headwater nodes as away from some of the lower systems down towards the valley bottoms. Now, this doesn't uniformly push runoff efficiency in one direction across all years. The traces on the right-hand side are model results and differences between open loop and model results for multiple years. And so you can see in that green trace that there's a difference from year to year in how total runoff volume is being pushed around by the assimilation of the ASO data product. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. So it's hard to make gross generalizations about some of these processes, but when we go to the conclusions of this study, which kind of listed at the bottom there, sort of the take-home message is that the streamflow bias through this data assimilation of ASO for the Tuolumne basins across all these years was reduced by as much as about 40% for the headwater points above any of the water management in the system. Okay, so looking at my time, I'm going to skip ahead to the end here because I'm going to talk about those other slides this afternoon anyway. And just say that, on the basis of these past studies that we've done in terms of using ASO to validate the model, and then also using ASO and looking at some different assimilation methods and what really are the process impacts of assimilating ASO, there's a lot of opportunities that are opening up for improving water prediction through the use of ASO assimilation. And I'll just leave these here, but the point is that through this work we've been continuing to do with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the ASO team and several other partners, I think we've been able to make some pretty good inroads on building a real-time system. And there's a lot of additional opportunities for bringing in some of these additional ASO products, which have been talked about during this workshop already. So I'll leave that for this afternoon. And that's it, Jeff. Thanks.
Awesome, Dave. That's really great. Great teaser for this afternoon, not just your keynote talk, but also the discussion following that. So in light of those upcoming opportunities, I think we'll defer questions to this afternoon and keep right on rolling. Tune back in after lunch to see more from Dave. All right, next up we have Erik Skeie, who is the Special Projects Coordinator for the Colorado Water Conservation Board. And he has a number of roles at CWCB for the state of Colorado, including some interstate and federal liaison responsibilities. As he likes to refer to himself, he's the court jester to the Interstate Federal and Water Information section of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. So Erik is going to be talking about, or his title's Colorado and ASO, 6 degrees of snow data. Erik, are you there? You are.
Indeed. Thank you, Jeff, for the great introduction. Hopefully I'll live up to the court jester title here this morning. So my talk, I really wanted to think about how CWCB's been using ASO data. It's been pretty sporadic and specific in the past. And I really wanted to think about other ways we could start using this data, because the vision that Joe Busto had when he first started this was always to make this a statewide program. And we've been lacking in trying to get this data incorporated in other ways. So I started to really think about how we could use this data elsewhere. And that's where this idea of the 6 degrees of separation, or the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, as it's more formally known, really came into play. But to give you a little bit of context about why the CWCB really even cares, the Colorado Water Conservation Board is Colorado's state planning and policy agency. We also fund water projects all across the state. So pretty much anything and everything to do with Colorado water, we are in some way related. And part of that whole planning thing back in 2015, we came out with this little ditty. This is Colorado's water plan. So we realized that there was a very large supply and demand gap, and it was only going to get bigger by 2050. We're currently in the process of updating that right now, and that comes in the form of our technical update. Now that is showing us that our gap is probably going to be a total of 2.4 million acre feet to 7.3 million acre feet per year by the year 2050. That is a massive gap. And one of our goals in the water plan as well is to close data gaps. So that gives you the context of why we care about ASO. We know we're not going to have enough water moving forward, and we got to measure every single bean, as Dave said yesterday with the bean counter comment. So we know that we need this ASO data. We've really only been using it for one thing, and I really want to make sure we get the best return on investment, because we need this data and we need to use it in every program. So the first kind of thought exercise I had was this little piping plover here. This is an endangered species in the Platte River, found in Nebraska, okay? So we've got the piping plover. It's covered under the Endangered Species Act. Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming all have to be in an agreement under the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program. Part of that is a water goal, and we need to make certain releases based on stream flow forecasting. And if you're following along, stream flow forecasting requires good snow data. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 6 degrees to get you from a piping plover all the way to ASO data. So it's pretty clear that everything and anything we do is going to require better snow data moving forward. And this is just one example. I was talking with our Endangered Species Program Coordinator, and she's excited to start using this data more as it becomes more available in her work with the recovery implementation programs. Now let's think about, say, weather modification. This is a program in which we actually make it snow more throughout the winter. And, you know, that's a pretty obvious connection. We make it snow more, and we have to verify that somehow. So all of our engineering vendors that we hire in order to do these programs and kind of verify things for us, they do a control and target study for every single permit that we have throughout Colorado. Now, they don't currently use ASO data in all of their projections, but I think that using the ASO data, and they think this as well, would help us really firm up what the actual gain from weather modification would be. So that's just another great way that we could use it, is to help verify how much water we're actually generating through those activities. Now, another thing, and this has been the more kind of specific use that we've had, is via compacts. Dave Gochis went into that with the Rio Grande compact. But things are getting a lot more complicated on the Colorado River, for example. We are currently in the middle of an investigation for demand management feasibility, whereby we would potentially temporarily, voluntarily reduce the use from farmers on the western slope in order to get more water down in Lake Powell. Now, this is still in the feasibility process, so don't worry. We don't know if it's going to be implemented just yet, but we can't plan for what we can't see, and we can't really verify how much water is going to be available from project to project if we don't know what's happening up in the mountains. Again, another excellent opportunity for ASO data in the state of Colorado. Another thing that we've been toying around with internally is how we can incorporate this into our in-stream flow program. At the moment, they had an issue with ungauged stream basins and how to kind of better forecast what's going to be coming out of those. They were using GOES satellite snow coverage data for a while and came up with this little tool. I've been talking with them, and they're pretty excited with the prospect of ASO data used there as well. So all of this is just really a long-winded way of saying that CWCB's programs are incredibly far-reaching, and the use of this data could really be integrated in just about everything. And our return on investment could be massive. You know, that small price to pay of, we did what, 4 flights last year for 400K? That is a small price when you can incorporate that data into absolutely everything we do. So the whole point of this is to say that we need to think a lot more about how we can incorporate this throughout all the state. And I would encourage anyone else listening who might be in a larger position, or even in your own positions, if it's just a municipality, to go through that kind of 6-degree thought process and figure out how this data could be used even more and get creative about it. So that was my quick little talk.
Awesome, Erik. Great stuff. I'll note that in times past, the court jester was often revered for his ability to tell the truth to those in power when those in other positions were not allowed to do so. So I appreciate you taking advantage of that role. Really tons of salient points there in terms of trying to evaluate or even evaluate the impacts of ASO across multiple sectors, and that's really a difficult task to do quantitatively. And the first step, of course, is making those qualitative connections like you're doing right there. So thanks a ton for the perspective there. Hopefully, I know you got to run in like 1 minute across town to the Capitol for another presentation, but hopefully you can join us again this afternoon for the discussion period. It'd be great to have you there.
And tell them all hi for us.
Will do.
Awesome. Thank you, Erik. See you in a little while.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Next up in our lineup, I don't have a talk title for him, but you all know and love Matt Meadows from the Kings River Water Association. Again, another longtime collaborator with the program. And Matt, excited to hear what you have to say for us this morning.
The definition of love being variable. Unfortunately, I can't spare you from another PowerPoint presentation. So here we go, back into it. You should be seeing this title slide thingy. I always have a hard time making up titles, so there you go. Little bit of background. I represent the Kings River. We're in the Sierra Nevada. This is a little blob that represents the Kings River Basin. It's about 1 million acres. That's huge. I believe ASO started flying in the area 2015. We had some LiDAR flights dating back into the 2011 for some early snow on, snow off research that was done in the area. But the Kings River presents a little bit of a problem for flying ASO, but I believe the team's got it all figured out because they love working on the weekends in the Kings River. I don't know if you can see my pointer, but this whole circled area that I'm doing like this, that's part of a military restricted area. So you don't want to fly ASO there unless you like to see the bad end of an F-18 and get chased out. but that's a huge area of our most highly productive watershed, right? The high elevation, low vegetation, lots of rock. Yeah, that's the moneymaker in terms of water management. That's where we need to know where our snow's at. So often the ASO team flies at least one day on the weekend, and it's such a huge area. Now that they're flying higher and faster, they're able to knock this area out sometimes in a day, but sometimes it's more than likely it's 2 days. Going back to 2015 time period, there were a lot of partial flights outside of that military restricted area. And then some extrapolations that were done to kind of scratch our heads to figure out what was going on in the Kings River. So how did we do this year? This year we had 2 flights, thanks to generous contributions by the Department of Water Resources, as first flight being part of the FCO program, and then working with Dave Rosardo on getting a second flight in. We were able to get it all taken care of and get our first flight in right around April 1st. Everybody wants a nice April 1st flight to coincide with not only the April 1 forecast, but for the snow surveys that are happening all up and down the cooperative snow survey program. So you have basically a 7-day window to fly the entire Sierra Nevada with ASO, so you can capture that little piece of information in the window. And I think it's really important, and it's kind of lost because we have so many super intelligent people in this workshop that are talking about all the great modeling. We kind of get away from, well, ASO gives us the depth. We get some density from a few samples. We get density from weather stations and snow pillows, but we also get density from a lot of field observation. So it's super important. And it's one of the pieces that has been going on for so long. Being I call myself the knuckle dragging water manager. We just try to look at all these little pieces and figure it all out. This piece is one that we've been working on for a long time. So we put a lot of faith into it. So this is how it turned out for April 1st. We have 2 forecasts here. We have CNRFC forecast and the Bulletin 120. And this gives you the range of those forecasts. And you get the median being the color transition between the 2 bar chart things. So we had our ASO flight March 27th. And turns out we had about 500,000 acre feet of snowpack on March 27th. So it gave us some pretty good confidence that we were going to be at the 50% April to July runoff. In either of those forecasts, we had some overlap in the forecast, but we also had the snow survey. And old hydrographer told me that, oh yeah, you sample the Kings, you get 44%, assuming some regular weather from then on, you're going to have 44% runoff. You know, when you do that for 30 years, it works most of the time. So looking at what 40% was, that would be a 700,000 acre foot, AJ. I believe that was the right number. I don't have my sheet in front of me, but what we actually got was 283,000 acre feet, AJ. So we were pretty confident that we were going to be somewhere around here. We weren't expecting to be this low. One thing that this flight gave us is it showed us that we had a lot of snow up high, and that's the area of the reservoir we expect to have good runoff. We had our second flight right around May 1st. It occurred May 1st and 2nd. Sorry for all the lines, but I tried to label everything nice and bold. So between our April 1st flight and our May 1st flight, we lost greater than 300,000 acre feet of snowpack, but we'd only gained about 100,000 acre feet of runoff. So this is where we started to worry a little bit. We started to see some differences between these forecasts. CNRFCs really tightened up their funnel. DWR still has a nice big funnel, but there's a little bit of divergence there. And then the troubling thing on top of not only not having a lot of runoff for the amount of snowpack that we lost, but our snow survey came in at 12% of normal. So we went from 44% of normal to 12% of normal. So what happened? This is how it went throughout the season. This is ice snowball run. We worked with ARS this season, thanks to funding through the FCO program at DWR. The orange line is the model run on a daily basis. We had our first flight, and it's been talked before yesterday, the importance of that first flight to really help with that model. Our first flight added snow to our model, but it wasn't a significant amount. It was in the 10–15% range. The big thing that it did was redistribute that snowpack. The model had way too much snow low, and it redistributed it up into the upper watershed, which is interesting because I was thinking, okay, that's where we're going to get the most runoff, but we're not seeing the runoff. And you think it would melt a little bit different than if it was modeled and was at lower elevations. But that was a complete opposite of what we saw. We had hardly any runoff, and the model melted the snow faster. And that was validated in our second flight in May, where we had very little volume change to our model, but we did have another redistribution, even pushing more snow up. I kept saying, oh, it's like a snow plow. This thing's just plowing it up to that higher elevations. It's great doing these model runs where you have no LiDAR updates and LiDAR updates, because you can really see how valuable the flights are. By June, our model here was saying we were done. And I'm going to show you the runoff table. We were done. Without any ASO update, you're just running the model blind, then you think you might have almost 100,000 acre feet snow that might help bolster that, say, higher flows in the fall, some base flow contributions or something like that. So here's the story. Here's a bunch of squiggly lines. And it shows a little bit of a problem. This is below, for the most part, below the snow line. This is the Tulare Basin 6-station index, so it's mostly foothill stuff. And you can see the blue line down at the bottom, that's our current year. We're a full inch lower than our formerly driest year on that index. That's scary. Even 2015, the driest water year on record for the Kings, had 3 to 4 inches more precip on this index. Going into the April to July period where we get most of our runoff from snowpack, you add up these tables and compare them, we're only 1 inch off of our 2015 precip, but we had pretty much 0 precip for the remainder of 2021. That is a nice flat line. So when I was looking at the tables of the driest years on record, I started scratching my head and wondering, how did we end up likely as, this is a tight race for 3rd and 4th place, but the 3rd driest year on record when we had 500,000 acre feet of snowpack April 1. Estimated 2015, we didn't have full basin, but I looked at some old email correspondence between ASO and my boss, Steve Haugen, and there was an estimate on April 14th of somewhere between 80 and 85,000 acre feet of snowpack in the entire Kings Basin. we had about 3 inches of precipitation on the index, so maybe a little bit higher than that basin wide. And we had a runoff of 361,000 acre feet. This year we had 500,000 acre feet of snowpack, hardly any precipitation, and we get only 30,000 more acre feet of runoff. That's pretty darn interesting. The differences prior to the snowpack runoff are not exceptionally high. In 2015, you had a little bit of precip driven, rain driven runoff early in the season that bumped this number up. But other than that, it's potentially likely several problems. And this is where I'm going to throw a couple nuggets out and hope the really smart people that are doing all the modeling can either tell me I'm wrong or incorporate it. So one of the things that knuckle dragging water managers like to do is they get new information and then they wonder how to use it right away. Because we have several models, we have all these tools, we go out and we measure, and oh, there's a new piece of information. How do I incorporate these numbers? So a couple of years ago when we started getting full flights, full basin coverage, we came up with a estimated runoff efficiency by elevation. So you dive into some research, you make a estimated runoff percent by elevation band. And so you look at what's happening at all of these different elevations across the Kings River. We have deep regolith, deep soils, oak savanna, going up to subalpine forest with hardly any, you have some fractured granite, but hardly any soil, all the way up to the alpine where it's mostly rock or fractured rock. These percentages are up for debate. Make up your own percentages. This tended to work for a couple years and come up with some reasonably good numbers with how much runoff we might expect from an ASO flight by elevation band. But what it fails to capture is any changes to the landscape or any changes in evapotranspiration or changes to the amount of storage it's carrying over from year to year. The black line, this is hypsometry for the Kings. The black line is the entire Kings as a whole. And you can see 50% of our elevation is below about 8,000 feet. So this is all exceptionally productive forest that has been shown to have somewhere between 6 months and almost 12 months of active photosynthesis that exceeds our respiration. So the forest can be active, pumping extra water out, not going dormant for up to 12 months. So what does that look like? Here's some research. Feel free to read these figure captions and then squint a little bit harder on it. But you can see 2005 to 2016, the amount of evapotranspiration is pretty uniform throughout this time period. And then it seemed to decrease after that last drought. So you can see the this time period here, 2008 to 2011, prior to the 2012 to 2015 drought. And then you have the 2012 to 2015 drought. This is by elevation band now. So you see huge amounts of ET in the lower elevations, hardly any evapotranspiration in the highest elevations. And then after the drought, you have this deficit in the lower elevations, and you're still getting some runoff theoretically because of the excess precipitation over ET in this area. So looking at this, if I'm going to adjust my curves, where am I going to do it? It might not be up here. It might be down here. However, there's some other research that says, okay, you get climate change, you're going to increase your evapotranspiration. across at higher elevations. This particular research is based on vegetation change over a long period of time. This is 2085. But as with hurricanes, we say, okay, climate change, this is happening now. Could this be happening now? And not necessarily for a vegetation change, but because the way this year played out. We had from April 1st until now, 0 precipitation. That is very unusual. Does that open this high elevation to increased sublimation that we weren't looking at or considering before? Did it increase? This is not showing an increase in this conifer area right here. Did it actually increase evapotranspiration in that conifer area? Not because each tree is using more at one time, but because they're active for longer periods of time. And then does that affect our change in storage in the deep regolith? And are we running a deficit on our water balance that's continuing from 2015? So I'm going to leave it at that. A couple of really good nuggets, I think. And if you have any questions, feel free to throw them out.
Brilliant. Thanks, Matt. I mean, the first thing that pops to mind here is intersecting this work and these questions with the methodology that Chad Moore was showing in the San Joaquin with their elevation dependent efficiency curves and how they select different curves depending on different years guided by ASO data. That's, I think, a super cool way to conceptualize things and approach it operationally. And then you're also obviously highlighting through these operations focused questions or relevant questions, some needs for sort of further basic research into this. Super cool. Let's see, Ned Bair is asking a question. Do you have eddy covariance measurements like from the Southern Sierra CZO to compare sublimation from 2021 with 2015?
That's a great question. And I believe the answer is yes. The Southern Sierra Critical Zone Observatory, for the most part, is in the Kings, but is now unfunded. I believe data are still being collected for some of the sites, but maybe not anymore. I believe they're taking the high elevation tower down. But the plan is to keep the one at about 6,500 feet. But I haven't been able to see anything like that in, like, say, real time or anything like that. But yes.
Cool. Well, hopefully there's some enterprising grad students listening right now. All right, a couple more questions coming in, but I think we should probably try to stay on time here. I don't know, Matt, if you can see the Q&A, maybe you can jump in there and answer a question or two if as they're coming in. Yep. Next up, thanks again, Matt. Great stuff. Next up, we have Taylor Winchell from Denver Water. He's a water resources engineer, Denver Water, and he is going to be talking about a couple of case studies that with a wet year and a dry year that ASO flew in the Blue River. Taylor also is heavily involved in the Colorado ASO program that Lorna Cates presented on yesterday. So Taylor, thanks for being here and take it away.
Hey, Jeff, my screen just froze. Am I back?
You sound like you're back. I see
Okay.
your non-presenter mode.
Okay, great.
It's good.
If I freeze as I'm talking, just let me know and I'll try to make some adjustments here. But yeah, thanks for the intro, and hi everyone. Good to virtually see you. So as Jeff mentioned, I work at Denver Water on climate adaptation and water supply planning. And I'm going to take you through two Denver Water ASO case studies, one from a very wet year and one from a very dry year. Just a little background on Denver water first. So we're over 100 years old at this point. We serve 1.5 million people in the Denver metro area, which is about 25% of Colorado's population. And in doing so, we use less than 2% of the water used in the state. And our water supply comes from good old Rocky Mountain snowmelt from both sides of the Continental Divide. And we have a fairly large collection system. We have a 4,000 square mile watershed area. And to orient you on this map, you can see Denver over here on the right side. And this dotted black line is the Continental Divide. This large yellow polygon here is our South Platte watershed. And then this blue polygon is the Blue River watershed above Dillon Reservoir, and that's where we've done our ASO flights. So that's where I'll focus in here. And then this green and pink here is the northern part of our system, which will come into effect later in the talk. And so to give a few more details on Dillon Reservoir, so it's the largest reservoir in our system. It has 37% of our total system storage. It's on the western side of the Continental Divide, and Denver's on the eastern side of the Continental Divide. To get that water into our system, we have a 23-mile long tunnel that goes underneath the Rocky Mountains. That is still one of the longest water diversion tunnels in the world. And there are many competing interests on Dillon Reservoir. So water supply and storage, there's marinas for boating and other recreation, there's rafting below the dam, fishing, and then flood control, because the town of Silverthorne is right below the dam there. And a couple more details on the watersheds. This is a preview of one of our ASO flights here. And you can see the three tributaries in the topography there. And you'll also notice that each one of those green dots is a snowtail station. So we're fortunate to have 4 snowtail stations in this watershed, which is quite a lot for one watershed, but as you know, still leaves a lot of gaps. And importantly, 57% of the watershed still lies above the snowtails. So even with that information, it's still really hard to know what's actually going on in the watershed. So for our first ASO case study here, we've done 2 years of ASO flights, in 2019 and 2021. 2019 was a wet year, and we did 2 flights there. And we aimed for around peak SWE, or at least what we can guess peak SWE might be from snowtails, even though we know that might not be the case. And then also flying when the snowtails melt out. So you can see the timing of the 2 flights with the vertical red lines there. And so that second ASO flight there, when the snowtails were approximately melted out, measured 107,000 acre feet of SWE remaining in the watershed. And this remaining inflow volume had not been seen by our current reservoir operators and was only exceeded 3 times in the history of Dillon Reservoir. So once we got this information, we knew there was a lot of water still coming down into Dillon Reservoir. And so how did this impact our operations? So this ultimately had immediate changes in our reservoir operations, and there's a lot going on this plot, and I'll try to walk you through. So the red line there is the outflow of Dillon Reservoir. The darker blue line is the inflow to the reservoir. The lighter blue line is the average historical inflow. And then importantly, that horizontal red line is the action level to activate emergency action plans because the flow is too high and there's risks of flooding. So ultimately, the goal is always to stay below that 2000 CFS action level. And to sort of put you in the perspective of the operations manager, not having our full retrospective view here. So you can see that the inflow in 2019, that dark blue line, really dropped off. It fell 800 CFS. And in any sort of normal year, you would think that, okay, the inflows has steeply dropped off. It's probably going to keep dropping off for the rest of the runoff season. You know, we can run our operations as normal. To progress a little more forward in time, that new horizontal gray line is when we did the ASO flight. And that's when we got this information that there was actually way more snowpack, that 107,000 acre feet of SWE left in the watershed, which was way more than we had thought just from visual observations. And so with this information, we immediately adjusted our operations to release a ton of water from Dillon in order to prepare for this second peak of flow. And you know, so many of you on here are overly familiar with a snow dominated hydrograph, and you probably know that it's rare to see a second peak like that. So we were able to adjust for that second peak by letting water out of the reservoir, and you can see we just avoided hitting that 2,000 CFS emergency action plan level. So that's our wet year example, and that ASO information is really what allowed us to adjust our operations immediately. Now to move on to our dry year example, which is this year, 2021, which is a little more nuanced, and I hope I can properly take you through it. So we have our two flights again. So the one on the left is again where we were aiming for peak SWE, and then the one on the right is when the snow tails were approximately melted out. So the first thing to note here is that our peak SWE flight on the left only had 127,000 acre feet of SWE up in the watershed, which is only 20,000 acre feet more than our snowtail melted out flight from 2019. So immediately we know, like, confirm, yeah, this is a very dry year. And then going into the snowtail melted out flight on the right there, this told us that there was actually even less snow than we thought was going to be up in the watershed at 85,000 acre feet. And knowing how little SWE was left up there, this confirmed for us that we would have to hold back this snow in Dillon Reservoir as much as possible in order to supply our demand in the Denver metro area. And this is when the nuances and sort of complexities of Western water management come into play. So knowing that we were going to have to hold that water back in Dillon, we actually need to repay that water to the Colorado River using another reservoir in our system. So we hold that water back in Dillon. It means we need to release water from a separate reservoir called Williams Fork Reservoir into the Colorado River to repay what otherwise would have ended up in the river. We also use that Williams Fork Reservoir to repay water from a separate part of our collection system in the northern part of our system. And so when we knew we were going to have to hold this water back in Dillon and repay that water, we didn't want to repay water from two parts of our system at once, because that would then draw down our sort of storage account, our repayment storage account, too much to be repaying for two things at once. So we knew we'd have to repay Dillon. And so that gave our operations manager the confidence to say, okay, let's not use the northern part of our system that we'd also have to repay water for, so we don't stress out that Williams Fork Reservoir too much. And with that, we had maintenance that needed to be done in that northern part of our system. And so our operations manager was then able to tell engineering confidently to go ahead with the maintenance on this part of the system, take it out of operation. We don't need to use it right now. We're going to rely on Dillon. And so that was ultimately what ASO gave us the confidence to make these decisions in other parts of our system to perform construction during this dry year. So like I said, it's a bit of a nuanced example. I even get confused by it, but hopefully that kind of made sense, and I'm happy to answer questions on it. So, ultimately, having this reliable measurement from ASO of the low snowpack allowed for earlier decisions on a large maintenance project in another part of our system which again was in this northern part of our system. And there's contracting and engineering plans that need to be put into place in order to do this maintenance. So getting this ASO information, our operations manager could say, okay, put things in motion to do the maintenance. And it ultimately saved water then from that northern part of our system while utilizing water from Dillon and other resource areas. And also what this does is it informs treatment plant operations, because we have multiple treatment plants in our system, and being able to more confidently know where the water is going to come from allows them to ramp up or ramp down appropriately. And then finally, so just to end on this, as we're all familiar, conditions are variable and becoming more variable. So this is the inflow to Dillon Reservoir all the way back to 1920. And you can just visually see here in the last 30 to 40 years, just these large swings from wet to dry years, even larger than we've seen historically, which necessitates the need for more accurate data. And, just to emphasize again, we've seen benefits in both wet and dry years from ASO measurements, and the benefits can be both with immediate operations adjustments. So, in the next day, how much water are we letting out of our reservoir? And then also for longer term planning of our system, both within a season and, in future seasons. So I hope that made sense. Like I said, I'm happy to take any questions, and thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Taylor. The nuance definitely comes across. I think that's a great example of the complexities inherent within your operation, which is a diverse set of supplies. And then there's also a number of downstream obligations that you alluded to, and those are connected to even broader operations than just Denver Water. So if you'll pardon the pun, a cascading set of impacts there. And that we're really only beginning to scratch the surface of how we can track those impacts of better snow data. A couple of questions coming in. I think let's take Gus's question really quick, and then we'll move to break. Gus is asking if you recall what the operational forecasts were in 2019 leading up to the June flight. Were they much lower than the post-flight assessment?
That's a good question, Gus. Unfortunately, I don't have that answer. Nathan Elder, our operations manager, would certainly have that. But I was, to be honest, just starting at Denver Water when those flights were being done, and I wasn't conducting the operations then. So unfortunately, I don't know how the ASO compares to the other operational forecasts.
I'll shoot from the hip with the caveat that I may not be remembering perfectly either. I think the RFC forecast in 2019 was actually fairly close, but in that the flight date in June was right after all the snow tells went dark. So there was it being already seen as an anomalous year. There was quite a bit of uncertainty or questioning of just where the official forecast would land once we were able to look retrospectively. So it was good to have the confidence boost with the independent data source. So that's how I remember. Anyways, let's move on to break. Taylor, there are a couple more questions in the Q&A. I hopefully maybe you could jump in and try to answer some of those. Meanwhile, thanks again, Taylor. Great stuff.
Thank you.
I don't know about everyone else, but I could use a full 10-minute break here. So why don't we come back at 10:45 Pacific time, 11:45 Mountain time for those of you with difficulty in conversions. We will see you all in 10 minutes. Thanks again to all of our morning presenters. Great session so far. Confirmed. Okay. Thank you, Liz. Thanks everyone for sticking around. Welcome back to the second half of our morning session here. We'll kick it off with Ned Bair, who's a research scientist at Earth Research Institute, University of California, Santa Barbara, and has worked with us and ASO for many years, and particularly excited to see his new spectral unmixing approach using ASO data. Ned, are you live?
I am, yeah. Can you hear me?
Gotcha. Great. Good to see you.
And can you see my slides okay? Are they big enough?
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks. Great workshop so far, as always. I think I got this right. This is the 6th workshop, right? Started in 2016. And just really enjoy the mix of, operational work and research. So this is a new spectral unmixing approach, validated using Airborne Snow Observatory Data. I'll thank my co-authors, Timbo Stillinger and Jeff Dozier. And in fact, Timbo was supposed to give this talk, but he's on paternity leave. So instead you get me. And apparently this time I didn't even have to submit a title. So I hope you like this. There's the cover of, we made the cover of IEEE TGRS, in case you get that one in the mail, which I'm pretty sure no one does anymore. But apparently they still have covers for these things. So that's a picture of Mount Shasta. And I'll, show you a bigger photo of it. So this is showing our new spectral unmixing approach. It's called Snow Property Inversion from Remote Sensing, or SPIRES. And you can see there in A, that's the false color Landsat 8 image of Mount Shasta. And then in B, we unmix and get the fractional snow covered area. In C, we get the grain size. We also get the impurity content, which I'm not showing here because the snow is pretty clean. And then that can make D, which is your broadband albedo. And this work builds on a lot of previous work, and all of these approaches that are listed here recognize this thing that I think we all know pretty well, but is not clear to a lot of people, particularly in the satellite-based remote sensing community, that you have to deal with the mixed pixels in the mountain, right? And that pixels are mixed all the way down to, even ASO size, right? At 3 meters, you get mixtures still, although it helps to have higher and higher resolution. So this builds on some decision tree, early machine learning work from Walter Rosenthal. Tom's work, of course, with the SCAG, the snow covered area, and grain size, adds the grain size part. Originally working with Avarice, and then with TM SCAG, and then with Modus. There's another one which isn't maybe so widely used in the US, called Modem Lab. And then the dust and radiative forcing in snow, which deals with the impurities. That particular citation is from Modus. So what we do with SPIRES is we use an empirical snow-free end member and a modeled snow end member. And we think this reduces the sort of search complexity when you're looking around for different end members, looking at, is it rock, what type of rock, is it vegetation, what type of vegetation. So we just take a background snow-free end member, which is empirically derived. You can see it in the red there. And this picture on the left, those spectra don't correspond to that picture. But they could, right? The idea is that this is looking at a worldview image, so small 0.5 meter pixels, and you can see that that's a typical snow scene in the Sierra, right? You've got snow, you've got rock, you've got trees, you've got shadows, and that scale bar shows a 30 meter pixel, which is Landsat size. So even at the Landsat scale, all those pixels are going to be mixed. So what we do is we take that snow-free end member, we get our observed spectra, during when there's snow on the ground, take the model and fit it and get our fractional snow cover, our grain size, our impurity content, our shade end member solutions. So what have we done with spires? Well, we've the sort of advances over those previous approaches I listed are that we have solutions for the grain size and the impurity, so the dust or the soot. Those are computed simultaneously. So we don't assume that the snow is clean, right? We can compute a grain size, and in fact, that absorption feature is affected by the impurity content. So that's particularly important, when you're dealing with hyperspectral imagery, right? Some of the multispectral sensors maybe aren't good enough to resolve that. As I said, we only use snow-free, and a shade end member. We don't do a terrain correction, so that's similar to the mod skag approach. The cloud masking and smoothing are integrated. We really worked a lot on clustering approaches and speeding this up so that we can hopefully apply it globally and in an operational sense. What we do is we group similar spectra together so that we're only solving for those. In truth, a lot of the spectra throughout the snow-covered scene are very similar to within the air of the instrument. So we group those together and we only solve those and spread it out. The code's freely available. And where this is important for this workshop is that we did extensive validation, particularly under the canopy. And that's where ASO has really allowed us to take a big leap. I mean, we're all guessing at what's going on under the canopy, but ASO is really the first set of measurements that are widely available in watersheds, over a large area across the US, where you're penetrating the canopy and getting a better idea of what's going on under the canopy. As I said, for the first time, we can evaluate errors in our guesses about snow cover under the canopy. Now, these statistics, if you're familiar with this sort of way of evaluating hits and misses and true positives and false negatives, you'll understand this. If not, that's okay. What is really important to note about this is that these metrics are based on skill. Okay, so they're not, that takes into account the likelihood of an event. And the classic example is a tornado forecast. Okay, so if you're forecasting tornadoes in the Midwest and you just say no tornado every day, by sort of traditional accuracy measures, you'll be pretty accurate, even if you just go right over that day that has a tornado and say no tornado. But that forecast has no skill because it's just based on persistence, right? So we try to do that when we evaluate how well we're doing with measuring snow, right? Because in some scenes there's very little snow. So if you just say no snow everywhere, you could be sort of accurate in traditional means. So what these graphs on the right are showing is that F statistic, right, which weighs precision and recall. And what you can see is that for either MODIS or Landsat 8, so moderate resolution and then a higher resolution satellite instrument, we do really well across different amounts of snow-covered area. But as the canopy cover increases, okay, so it goes from 0 to 1 there, you can see we really dive on our ability to detect snow accurately. And that's expected. You can't, these are optical instruments. We can't see through the canopy, but at least we have a better idea of what we're missing and some of our errors. So for current work, Timbo is working on a more extensive validation using all of the available ASO data and all of the available remote sensing snow products. Okay, so if you've been looking around at remotely sensed snow products, you might be familiar with some of these names. We have the Mod 10A1, which is the standard NASA product. That actually just gives an NDSI value, a normalized difference snow index value. You can convert that into a fractional FSC snow covered area. That's what those two curves are. We have spires here with MODIS in yellow. We have ModScag, which is the 2009 publication from Tom that, you know, and one thing to note is that with all of these, for spires, you can see we do much better right at the end there for the higher canopy cover bins than all these other products, and we're really very close. There's Veer's VNP 10A1. It's very similar to Mod 10A1, except it's for Veer's. And then here's some statistics summarized in this table, and you can see that spires and ModScag really outperform the Mod 10 and VNP 10 products. And this is still work in progress, but you know, this is not just looking. I should say that spires was evaluated in Sierra only. This is in Colorado and Sierra, and using all of the ASO data that we could get. So that's it. That's all I've got. I've got an acknowledgement of our sponsors, NASA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the UC Lab Piece program, and then I've got this picture from 2017 of our site at Mammoth. There's over 6 meters of snow on the ground. As we say, right? Remember when it used to snow? Maybe wishful thinking for this year. So, you know, that's all available on snow.ucsb.edu, and that's it.
Great, thanks, Ned. Yeah, cool application. Like you said, I think your point about there's no pure pixels in the mountains is a good one. Even at the 3 meter scale, it's we can see variability even within the snowpack. So looking for questions here. I think everyone's still drinking their coffee.
Hey, Jeff, I have a
Tom's
question.
got one. Tom Painter.
That's related to hang on just a second. Sorry, my volume. There we go. That's related to the snow study site. So so Ned, we use pressures at the site, and there are also the albedo measurements that are going on at the site, and I'm going to be bringing there. And you mentioned the other day that there are more measurements that are going to be added to the site, and I wondered if you could just speak to those really quickly.
Sure. Well, so we're messing around with different lidars. We've had a VZ400 there in addition to the now ancient Z390i. So we'll have 2 automated scanning lidars there. We added a purple air sensor. We've got this little Libox lidar now that's like $750. It's called a mid-70s model. You know, they're really cranking these things out. I guess, you know, the Chinese company, they're for cars, and you know, we'll see how it does with the idea that you could sort of deploy this to other places, you know, as a sort of standard package, because it's so useful, right, for mapping the snow surface topography, which is, you know, something I'm really interested in, you know, in that sort of micro scale surface roughness and terrain correction. Yeah, I mean, let's see, what other instruments do we have that's new? You know, we've just got a host of sort of, well, with the rate last year and the year before, we've really been working on the albedo arm. So we've got we have uplooking long wave. We have uplooking an instrument that called the sunshine pyranometer, which separates diffuse and direct beam. And then we, you know, have uplooking infrared. Then we also have all those, except for the sunshine pyranometer, on the albedo arm itself, plus the downlooking version, you know, to make a proper albedometer. Which, and I should mention that that arm has an automatic winch on it that can be controlled with the PC, and we try to keep it a meter above the snow surface, because what happens, especially in a site like this, it's better at, Swamp Angel and the higher up Senator Beck plot, but you see non-snow stuff if you don't get that, that down-looking radiometer close to the snow surface. And there's some issues with that too, right? Where you're, getting self-shadowing and maybe seeing, not taking a broad enough view of say the sun cups or something like that. So we try to balance it, and a meter is sort of what we've come up with, but open to suggestions there.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll also just highlight there on the wall behind you the map from the last glacial maximum over Yosemite, and that ASO contributed to that through Greg's talk.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Greg's talk tomorrow.
Awesome, thank you, Ned. Appreciate that. Next up, we have Dr. Adrian Harpold. Adrian is an associate professor in mountain ecohydrology at UNR, Department of Natural Resource and Environmental Science. And talking about snow in the trees. Adrian, welcome.
Thank you, Jeff, and Tom and Liz and anybody else that I'm forgetting that helped make this happen. What a great group. I am going to try to draw your attention to forest and snow related issues. And I want to call out a bunch of great co-authors I've had in this work. Some postdocs, Sebastian Crow and Gabe Lewis, and graduate students, Kara Piskey, Eli Boardman, who just started with me, Eden Manning, and then Gabrielle Bormann at DRI. So this is a figure out of one of the recent ASO papers, and we're going to work across sites in both California and Colorado in some of this discussion. And I just want to draw your attention to Sagehen, which is here kind of at the crook of the California state line, just north of Lake Tahoe, where ASO and really spearheaded by Tom did collect additional data there. So I'm giving you my take homes first, which is that forests both use water as transpiration and sort of facilitate evaporation in a large way, right? It's a large component of the water budget. And I think sometimes our drought and water supply planning is not really taking that into account in a dynamic way. And LiDAR really offers the potential for better co-management. And so I'll show some examples of forest thinning exercises that we've done with LiDAR-informed modeling. And then I'll sort of close by just, I think, pointing to a really extreme, large research gap that we have, which is that we're getting these mega disturbances. And I'm concerned we don't have a lot of the tools to make predictions for water supply. Sarah Goking had a great paper showing water budgets and the potential for fluxes to both increase stream flow, which is the Q term here on the left side of the figure, and decrease stream flow by changing fluxes from the canopy and the below canopy and the soil. So I'm not going to walk us through this. I encourage you to go read this paper. It's very good. But the point here is that there's both transpiration and evaporation from the forest canopy, as well as the understory. And how these change following disturbance or in different topographic positions is really quite complex. And we still really lack, in some ways, an ability to estimate whether a disturbance is going to increase stream flow or decrease stream flow, which is a big issue for water supply planning. And again, I'm going to blow through. So Ned had 7 slides and he did a great job, and I have 27 slides. And so if you want to follow up with me, I know this is going to also be recorded, but I'm happy to answer questions after the talk. The whole point of this slide is just to remind you how much of falling precipitation goes back out as vapor. And in forests, which tend to be these sort of greens and blues down here, that number's on the order of about 30 to 70%. So 50% in most systems of the falling precipitation goes back as either evaporation or transpiration. And if you look at an individual site, here's the Sept example, and now you're looking at different years with a similar amount of precipitation and energy inputs produce very different evapotranspiration responses. And if you look at the 61-68 example, I forgot this is a Naomi Tegg paper, you're seeing like 30% differences in the amount of water vapor losses between similar years. And we're talking 60 to 90% of the falling precipitation becoming water vapor. Eli Boardman, who's going to give a talk later, has been thinking about this using ASO data. So what can ASO data bring to bear on this? Well, one, it helps us make watershed scale mass budget estimates, right? We really have a hard time scaling up precipitation or gauges and snow pillows. What Eli's also doing, because we have ASO flights in the Merced, April 1st and later, is that we can actually estimate how much vapor loss and how much runoff efficiency there is in the sort of warm growing season. And again, all I'm trying to show with these figures is that you're losing 50+% of your incoming precipitation in the Merced back to water vapor during the growing season. So again, just making the point, if you change that vegetation, you have the potential to change a large component of the water budget. And the vegetation does change, right? It changes sometimes in ways that are more gradual, like in the Illilouette, and then I'll show you some examples of our mega disturbances as well. The Illilouette Creek in Yosemite National Park is a unique site that Gabrielle Bormann and Sally Thompson have been working at, and now I'm lucky enough to work at, where there's been fires since the 1970s that haven't been suppressed. And what this figure is trying to show is the infilling of those fires around each other. And Gabrielle was able to run RESIS, and pointing to this bottom panel here, showing changes in evaporation since the 1970s when these fires started occurring, and estimating lower basin scale evaporation because of recurring fires, changes in land use cover, et cetera. I encourage you to go read this series of papers. They're very good. An MS student working with me and Gabrielle is now going to harvest this amazing ASO data set that's going to actually let us look at snow change across different fires, including the Empire Fire in 2017. All right, so water budgets are very much affected by forest transpiration and evaporation. The other point I want to make here is that forests affect snow, and I'll blow through this pretty quick because I've shown this in previous talks, and this is a community that I think understands this, but there's counteracting effects of forest canopy, both physical on intercepting snow in the canopy, as well as through energy effects through shading, emission of long wave radiation. And sort of the classic figure I always try to get my graduate students to think about is from the Varhola review in 2010, where it basically shows a pattern where if you take forests out, you get more snow accumulation, but you get faster ablation or faster melt. But the point here is that there's a tremendous amount of scatter around these synthesis studies. I think we're in a place now with LIDAR where we can start to better understand this. Better understand why one area that's just adjacent to another has different effects from disturbance. And LIDAR shows us that the size and orientation of forest structure matters a lot for snow distribution. And I'll show you a couple examples of this. Some work building on work by Jessica Lundquist. We're now using LIDAR to show differences in under canopy and open snow, in this case, fractional snow covered area. You could also do snow depth. So Ned mentioned this. LIDAR is one of the few tools that gives you information under the canopy. So we can show in our Sept site, there's a lot more snow in the open than under the canopy. Now, this is affected by topography. So if you take different vegetation structures and you put them on different slopes and aspects, that's going to change this effect. And I'm trying to make the point that it helps to explain some of the scatter we see in these kinds of previous synthesis studies, which do not control for things like topography and existing vegetation structure. The last point about this I want to make is that it's not only about open and under canopy. What we're really learning from LIDAR, I think LIDAR has been fundamental to our understanding of this, is that forest edges matter a lot. And they can really behave in both extremes, where they're extreme accumulators or extreme ablators, depending on how the edge is oriented and the energy budget. So where does LIDAR come in? Well, now we can model these tree scale effects because we have measured forest structure and topography data. So paper developed by Patrick Broxton, we use the snow palm model that runs at 1 meter scale, which lets us close an energy budget at sort of a tree scale. And there's a suite of papers that we've been working on taking advantage of this model. But where I think it's really powerful is by looking at disturbance studies, because now we can actually remove trees and simulate disturbance. I think I'll skip this slide as I'm checking the time here. Forest edges also matter for fire. So one of the work that Karapisky is doing is uniting LIDAR-informed fire resilience metrics, which are shown here on the bottom right. So edge direction, how dense the canopy is, with snow information from ASO. With a really, I think, provocative and interesting question, whether these forest edge environments and vegetation structure that promote fire resiliency or reduce extreme fire behavior are also the same that promote snow retention. So this is a potentially powerful direction we can go. What we've really been working on is taking the snow palm model and trying to do applied forest management applications. So trying to give forest managers a better sense of how snow will behave after forest treatments. And it's pretty cool to work in a group where you're working with fire ecologists and wildlife ecologists, and everyone's trying to kind of come up with this common understanding. So we can simulate forest disturbance and remove the trees, and we can look at how, in this case, terrestrial water inputs, or the snowmelt and the rain change. And on the west shore of Lake Tahoe, we get more water when we remove the trees. And we can put this back into the context of our previous Varhola plot, where now we're showing the same scatter, but we're showing just the simulated effects from the west shore. So we can basically, the take home here is that just the topographic and vegetation structure variability on the west shore of Lake Tahoe is enough to span a lot of the variability in previous observations, suggesting that if you don't account for topography and existing vegetation structure, you're going to have a hard time modeling this. Now we are in a second phase where we're including more sites. So not just the west shore of Lake Tahoe, we also have a modeling domain on the east shore, which receives much less precipitation and has much higher wind speeds. And so Gabe Lewis is a current postdoc, has been running these simulations. The left side is the west shore, where you see both increases and decreases in net radiation when you pull out the trees. And the right is the east shore, where only see increases in net radiation. And not surprisingly, the west shore, where we saw more snow, looks a lot different than the east shore, where we're actually seeing less snow, less terrestrial water inputs. So I think the ability to run this model in different forest environments and different topography really leads to very different management conclusions, right? I mean, effectively, in one side of Lake Tahoe, taking trees out gives you more snow. In the other, you wish you had more trees to reduce the wind speed and the radiation. All right, I'm getting close here. I want to show this figure, and maybe I'll skip the last couple of slides. I got this from the Tahoe Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and it's showing fires occurring in the Feather River Basin starting in the 1910s. And you see them infilling, fire suppression, but then we get these absolute gigantic mega disturbances in the last couple of years. I mean, the Dixie Fire is still burning, right? I mean, they can't put that damn thing out. So in, effectively 2 years, we've burned about 60% of the watershed. So when we're thinking about effects on snow, effects on stream flow, effects on all the vegetation water uses, these are extreme. These are very different than the fires we got in the past. And I think I'm going to just try to wrap up here. I think what we need to be able to do is go out to a site and say these kinds of disturbances are extreme enough where it's going to affect water supply forecasting, and these ones aren't. And we need to really be able to provide better information to water supply managers. So we're thinking of doing this in the context of 3 sites in sort of the Southern Rockies by doing a disturbance study. But we need multiple tools to do this. We need to better understand really the effects on stream flow. So this is my take home here. I think we really lack the tools to predict the effects of extreme disturbance on water supplies. And as someone living in Reno, I feel like I've been living in an extreme disturbance for the last 2 months. We can use LiDAR informed models. We have these tools to help us manage the forests and thin them, but they're not necessarily going to be as effective for managing after a mega fire. And one of the weaknesses, I think, in the current in our current water supply forecasting is that we do not really include forest evapotranspiration, the effects of water storage, and the complexities of disturbance in those systems. So I think with that, I will stop and probably over time to take questions, but thank you for your time.
Awesome, Adrian, thank you. Yeah, lots of good stuff there. And I'm pleased to see, you'll no doubt know that you're including wind in the calculations now. And now I have to come up with another question for you to ask after your talks. This is really good stuff. Like you said, we're a little bit over time here. I'd like to kind of keep us on. Hopefully, Adrian, you'll be around for the discussion this afternoon. I think a lot of your snow palm model results are certainly germane to that kind of broad model integration topic this afternoon, so we can expand on things then.
I'll try, Jeff. I'm juggling, but I will say if anybody wants to email or contact me, I will respond.
Great. Thanks again, Adrian. Lots of good stuff in there. All right, next up, we'll move on to Kehan Yang, who is a graduate PhD student in geography at the University of Colorado, working with our colleague Noah Mullich. And Kehan has been pulling together lots of different snow products over the years and doing some really great work with intercomparisons and beyond. So excited to see what you've got for us today, Kehan.
Yeah, can everybody see my slide well? And can you hear me?
All great.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, Jeff. And glad to see everybody virtually. And just some updates. I just started a postdoc position at the University of Washington. So working with Jessica Linguist and Nicoletta Christia. So for today's talk, I'm going to talk about some research I have done during my PhD at the University of Colorado Boulder with knowledge. And the title is Evaluation of 3 data sets in the Sierra Nevada, California using ASO data. And I want to acknowledge all the co-authors listed here for their inputs and contributions to this work. Before getting to the 3 datasets evaluation, firstly, I'd like to give a brief introduction of 3 measuring approaches. So the first commonly used method to get 3 data is using ground observations, like the manual measurement, including snow course, snow survey, and the snow pit, and the automatically snow snow-tail network. And both snow cores or snow-tail provide quite accurate sweep measurements. And oftentimes, these two ground observations are used as ground validation data sets to evaluate the accuracy of modeled sweep. But one limitation of these ground observations is that they only provide point scale like snow-tail or transect scale sweep measurement like snow cores, which usually fail to capture the high heterogeneity of mountain snowpacks. And the methods like interpolation algorithms or regression algorithms are widely used to interpret these point scale data into distributed sweep maps based on the relationships between sweep and the surrounding environment like elevation, aspect, slope, soil radiation. These control snow accumulation and the snow melting process. But the relationships between these control variables and the sweep are very complex. So a lot of times these environmental or topographic variables only have a weak contribution on the spatial variance in sweep. So sweep estimation based on interpolation or regression methods often contain very high uncertainty, and particularly in mountainous regions. So the second widely used method relies on physically based models such as forward models or and reconstruction models, or using data simulation technique to combine the forward model with reconstruction ideas and other observations. And this figure here shows an example of forward sweep estimation model and the snow cover energy and mass balance model, snowball. So in these forward models, precipitation data usually is the main input that dominates snow accumulation. At each time step of model calculations, the precipitation data is partitioned into snow and rain, and then the model stores snowfall accumulation and sweep. So when snow melt starts, the amount of sweep decreases based on these mass and energy balance models to calculate each component of energy source, such as radiative flux, turbulent flux for snow melt. So the accuracy of the precipitation-driven forward model is largely related to precipitation data, which usually has relative high uncertainty in the mountainous regions. And different from the forward model, the second type of the model is named sweep reconstruction model, which estimates sweep backward from snow disappearance to peak snow accumulation based on snow melt rate calculated by a snow mass and energy balance model. So because the uncertainty in melt energy flux calculation is lower relative to the precipitation data, sweep reconstruction model is usually more accurate than the forward sweep model. But because the sweep reconstruction model shows promise in sweep estimation, it is not applicable in real time because it estimates sweep retrospectively from snow disappearance date. So we can only estimate sweep after snow has melted out. Also, not like forward sweep estimation models covering the entire snow season, reconstructed model only estimates sweep for snow aberration period. And because one key assumption of reconstruction models is that the precipitation events during the snow melt season are negligible, reconstruction models only good for the regions with clear snow accumulation and aberration periods, such as Sierra Nevada, California. So in this context, the sweep reconstruction idea has been merged with forward modeling approaches using data simulation technique, which integrates observations such as satellite observed snow cover data and provides sweep estimates more robustly over the entire snow period, including the accumulation and aberration seasons. And although the reconstruction or data simulation based on like these models estimate sweep is not applicable in real time, as the snow patterns repeated from year to year. And this historical accurate sweep information can provide very valuable information to the real-time sweep estimation models, such as the linear regression-based sweep estimation model we used to get distributed near real-time sweep data across the Sierra, which has been delivered to many water managers in California for a few years. And the last category of SWE management approach is using remote sensing technique, such as the direct SWE estimates from microwave or gamma radiation, but at very close spatial resolution and very high uncertainty. And optical imagery like this MODIS data and also LiDAR data not provide SWE directly, but they provide very important inputs for many SWE estimates. So like the snow cover and the snow depths. To the study area covers the entire Sierra Nevada, California. So where the snow melt from the Sierra provides the main water supply for the state. And there are many SWE data sets available for this region, like snow cores labeled by the green triangles and the snow pilosites, the red stars. And also there are many other SWE data sets available here. So for example, I selected 5 SWE data sets that are available in this area based on the criteria listed in this box. Firstly, it should be more than 1 decade availability, and second, it has fine spatial resolution, and lastly, the method used to estimate SWE is applicable to other large mountains globally. So the table here listed the basic information of all 5 SWE data sets I select. 3 rely on SWE reconstruction-based SWE models colored by this light yellow, and two operational SWE model colored by this light blue. So here shows the spatial distribution of the average maximum SWE during their overlapping period. We can see that these data sets show quite different distributions. And the first 2 SWE data sets rely on SWE reconstruction models. RAG-INT is a relatively early version of SWE reconstruction model. And the RAG-Parvo has done a lot of improvements in snow mass and energy balance calculation. RAG-DA is based on the data simulation technique, and here we renamed it as RAG data simulation or RAG-DA. So SNOWDUS is a real-time SWE data set produced by the NOAA's National Operational Hydrological Remote Sensing Center, and it's the last one, the National Water Models with an extension of the weather research and forecasting hydraulic models of hydro. So developed by the National Center for Atmospheric Research. It relies on the NOMP land surface model with observed precipitation and other meteorological data to simulate the land surface process. So to provide a comprehensive data evaluation, I used multi-source validation data sets, including the spatial distributed ASO SWE data and point scale snow pilot observations and transect scale snow course measurements. I will not cover all the validations and comparisons today, but only focus on their validation with ASO data in the Tuolumne River Basin during their overlap period. So the table here shows the validation results of the 5 SWE datasets with ASO SWE in the Tuolumne for their overlap period from 2013 to 2014. So the highlighted value represents best performance quantified by each the evaluation metric, the squared Pearson correlation coefficient, root mean squared error in the pixel by pixel comparison at 500 resolution, and the last one is percentage bias or basin-wide average SWE, the p-bias. So generally we'll see RAG-DA has the overall shows the highest accuracy. It explained very high 94% variance of the ASO SWE on average with a small, very small standard deviation here. So the RMSE is 27 millimeter, which is also the smallest among the these different data sets. However, it shows consistent positive bias with like a 25 p-bias overall. So it has some consistent overestimated in this region. And the RAG-Parvo, showed by the yellow box here, is the second, shows the indicators of second best performance. So it explained about 88 variance of the ASO on average with 39 millimeter RMSE and a very relatively small negative bias, 14%. But we can see actually the range of the p-bias for RAG power is much higher than that of RAG DA. So it's not quite stable, but overall it has the lowest p-bias. And the second reconstructed is that is RAG int shows by this red box plot had a much lower accuracy compared with RAG power and RAG DA. So it generated explained 77 variance of the ASO on average with 64 millimeter RMSE and quite large negative p-bias, about 33. And the performance of this RAG int is also not very stable as the range of this box plot is quite wide. So this data set, it has a similar accuracy compared with RAG int, or slightly lower because if we look at compare the R-squared values, R squared value for Snowdust is lower than these three reconstructed data set, and the RMSE is also higher. But it has a quite consistent overestimated SWE estimates. And the last one is National Water Model SWE. Generate has the lowest accuracy compared with other data sets, but if we look at the range of this data set, has quite consistent underestimated SWE for the region, and it doesn't capture the variance of SWE in as a variance of SWE in ASO SWE data here. So if we look at the spatial distribution of their overall accuracy compared with the ASO data, it also shows some clear patterns, like the RAG DA has the lowest magnitude of SWE residuals overall. So these blue regions represent the overestimated SWE. So the darker colors represent higher residuals. So it has some overestimated regions on these alpine regions and some forest regions, but there's not many pixels show underestimated SWE, so which also explained that it has the overall overestimation. And the RAG Harpold had a mixed underestimation and overestimation, which explained why it has this very wide range of p-bias based on average p-bias. And the RAG int and the Snowdust generally show comparable accuracy, but the spatial patterns of these SWE arrows are quite different. So for the RAG int, it has a lot of these very high magnitude of underestimations for these forest regions and some alpine regions, but there are a little patchy pixels to show this overestimated SWE. But Snowdust is quite different. It has a large overestimation for the forest regions and some underestimation in the alpine regions. And the last one is National Water Model SWE. It shows very large underestimation for the alpine regions, but for the forest regions, it performs quite well. It only has not very large magnitude of the SWE arrows for these forest regions. So if we look at this maximum snow water storage is made from different data sets, RAG DA also has the highest estimates. So it 11-year average maximum snow water storage is about 80 gigaton estimated from the RAG DA, which is 15% higher than the lowest estimate from the National Water Model SWE. Snowdust is also quite a high estimate at 17.5 gigaton, and the two reconstructions we did set shows a relatively kind of in the middle of this maximum snow water storage estimate. So to summarize, we find that among these 5 SWE data sets, RAG DA shows the best performance. It explains very high variance in ASO SWE with the lowest RMSE and a consistent positive bias. And the RAG Harpold is the second best SWE estimate. It explains 88% variance in ASO SWE with 39 millimeter RMSE and a small negative bias. And the RegInt and the SNODA shows comparable accuracy. RegInt has about a negative bias, quite high negative bias, particularly for the forested regions, while SNODA has a positive bias in the forested regions. And National Water Model 3 is the least accurate among these 5 SWE data sets in the comparison. It has a considerable negative bias overall, particularly for high alpine regions, but it shows relatively good performance over the forest regions. So I hope this data evaluation of different SWE data can help to improve our understanding of SWE information uncertainties in mountainous regions and to provide some values to effective water resources management. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'd welcome any questions.
Great, thank you, Kehan. And I apologize for getting your affiliation incorrect. Congratulations on defending and moving on to a postdoc. That's great.
Thank you.
Any questions out there? I'm pleased to see this kind of comparison. It's really, this is a difficult thing to do with these extensive data sets. Do you see, what would you say is a path forward for using the rec model? Like, is there a consistent pathway to bias correcting that data set for broader application?
Yeah, I think in terms of the purpose of the data usage, if we like somebody looking at the average values, I have compared the average SWE from different data set and the average SWE from ASO data. Actually, the pattern is quite consistent. Like the RegD, it has some consistent patterns of the like higher than ASO SWE. So if for it, like for example, like 5% or 10%, so it can be easily like bias corrected in terms of this like based on averages. But if you look at the spatial patterns of different SWE data sets, then I think some like higher level statistical model are needed to bias correct the spatial patterns of the SWE data sets, so that we can get some like more accurate SWE patterns. So it just depends on like which like the purpose of the data usage, I think.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think we'll keep moving on here. We're slipping time a little bit, but we're not too far off. Next up, we'll welcome Eli Boardman, who coincidentally shares the same name with our Joe Boardman, which actually that's not a coincidence. We're welcome Eli to a recent graduate from Dartmouth College, now working with Adrian Harpold in a PhD program at UNR. And Eli's been somehow finding time to do all kinds of cool analysis with ASO data in between climbing every 13er in Wyoming in a single year. Eli, great to have you here. Looking forward to your talk.
Thanks, Jeff. Let me just share my screen here. Let's see, is that up? Can everyone see that? All right. Well, hi, everyone. As Jeff said, I'm Eli Boardman. I'm a first-year PhD student in hydrology, working with Dr. Adrian Harpold at the University of Nevada, Reno. And today I'll be presenting my research modeling runoff forecast uncertainty using SWE maps to condition error propagation. And before I get started, I'd just like to really acknowledge my wonderful advisors, both from UNR and Dartmouth College, where I worked on this project as an undergrad, as well as to thank everyone from ASO, Bruce McGurk, the Hetch Hetchy Water and Power team, and my lab group for the valuable insights that they've all provided to this project. So the motivation for my research is really looking at the uncertainty in water supply forecasts. Now, we've all seen the headlines from 2021 about how this year's Western drought was relatively challenging to predict with most of the existing forecast paradigms. And there's also a very recent paper by Stillinger et al. Talking about how reservoir operations are strongly linked to drought uncertainty levels. So it's important that we get those uncertainty levels right. So when our runoff model doesn't fit the real world, when the actual water we get doesn't fit what we expected, can we diagnose why? Well, it depends, because our forecasts are inheriting the uncertainty of their underlying runoff models. And those runoff models have confidence intervals that are generally coming from two different places. The first are so-called black box errors or statistical errors, which are just a measure of the goodness of fit of our model to some data. But the second are physical uncertainties, which are things like maybe spring precipitation that we either can't or aren't measuring in real time that nevertheless affect our total confidence interval. So in this project, I wanted to look at how these physical uncertainties and statistical errors interact in the formulation of the total runoff forecast uncertainty under different conditions. I'd like to start by thinking about how we talk about water supply forecasts, because we're rarely just picking a single value and saying this is exactly how much water there's going to be on X date, because that's frankly impossible. Rather, we're usually talking about water supply in terms of some range of expected values, which means that uncertainty is really key to the whole idea of a water supply forecast. And in my little example there, I have 100 plus or minus 10,000 acre feet or 100 plus or minus 50. And despite having the same central value, those are clearly two very different management scenarios or potential allocation scenarios with those different uncertainty bounds. So where does our uncertainty come from? Well, for the sake of this talk, we're going to be focusing on empirical runoff models that have some sort of parameterization of the real world, and they're often used to run these real-time forecasts. And when you're parameterizing things, you're going to have some unknowns. You can't model every single atom in the universe. So there's going to be something that's left out of the model and thus affects our final uncertainty. On the other hand, we also have some data that we're using both to calibrate our model and then to force it in real time. And these data themselves can have some error, like maybe we got one of our measurements a little bit wrong. And that's still going to show up in our total uncertainty with our water supply forecast. Now, I've moved to Nevada this summer, so I've been thinking about driving past the casinos and thinking about everything in terms of gambling analogies. But I wanted to show a little analogy of this like a card game, because when we're talking about these exceedance levels, they're really probabilities. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand the inherent probabilities of a given situation. And we have to make inferences based on limited amounts of information. We can't see every card. There's things we can't measure or don't know yet. What I want to show is that when we bring ASO into this, it's essentially like being able to turn over some extra cards on the table and getting some extra key pieces of information that can radically influence how we think about the total probabilities of our forecast. So what happens when we do bring ASO into this? Well, first, we can immediately improve our data by moving from that point estimate to a representation of the full catchment conditions. And that not only reduces our total error by being simply more accurate, but it's also less likely to be biased between years. Because if we just have a point measurement, sometimes it might be overestimating or underestimating the total mean value for the catchment. And that could vary year to year. But when we're actually mapping everything, then we're de facto getting the true catchment mean value each time we run the model. On the other side, by using the full basin estimate of SWE, we're able to move towards a true quantified water balance instead of just developing correlation coefficients. And this means that when we go forward with our unknowns, we're able to actually propagate physically meaningful uncertainties all the way forward to our forecasts. And then we can analyze how things like maybe an extra, couple centimeters of spring precipitation might affect our uncertainty in different scenarios. All of this ultimately allows us to think about uncertainty in terms of some function, where uncertainty itself is a function of all the hydrological conditions in a given year. What I want to do in this talk is show how I was able to kind of try to estimate what that function is and how it behaves, which ultimately allows us to answer questions like, how does runoff forecast uncertainty change in different years? I also just want to pause on this slide for a second and point out that you'll see some scenery pictures throughout this talk. Those are all taken from the study area, and they're just included to kind of remind us that these are tremendously complex terrains with a lot of things going on. So it's not just math, there's a lot of real physical uncertainties out there. So it's just helpful for me to kind of remember that these are truly complex natural systems. Speaking of the study site, I decided to focus on the Tuolumne and Merced river basins, which we've heard a little bit about before, And the reason for doing that is, like others have said, there's very good ASO records in both of those basins with many years and many flights per year. And there's also good meteorological station data in the vicinity and good stream flow or reservoir inflow records for both of these basins. As a baseline analysis of our forecasts, I decided to focus on the Tuolumne and recreate the principal components regression, or PCR models, which are well-established tools for statistical water supply forecasts. As a starting point, we considered April 1st SWE measured by a SNOTEL station and October through March precipitation at that station. Then we considered what would happen if you replaced those SNOTEL measurements with ASO SWE maps. Now, in both of these PCR models, we're forced to assume a constant runoff efficiency in all years, and we're absorbing any post-forecast unknowns, like potentially spring precipitation, as statistical error because they're just not explicitly parameterized in our model. Now, we'll come back to these two assumptions later and see if they hold up. But for now, here's the results from those PCR models. On the left, we have the one derived from station measurements only, that's with SNOTEL. And on the one on the right, we've replaced the SNOTEL data with ASO SWE. And you can see that our confidence interval using ASO data has definitely improved. We're more confident, but there's still some significant outliers and some weird unexplained error variations. So to address this, we have to look at variations in post-forecast conditions. And specifically, we have to look at how spring precipitation can behave very differently in different years. On the right there, you can see the different trajectories of spring precipitation across water years 1986 to 2021. And you can see there's tremendous variability both in total magnitude of spring precipitation over a given time period and the temporal evolution of that trajectory. And in fact, the spring precipitation doesn't seem to be predictable from SWE measurements alone, because as you can see in this scatter plot, there's almost no correlation between April 1st SWE and then the precipitation occurring after that date. To make a better PCR model here, we've added any post-flight precipitation into our water balance estimate with the ASO SWE. Now, there's the caveat that this is no longer, strictly speaking, a true forecast model because we're using post-forecast information. But we'll come back to that a little later and talk about that spring precipitation term. For now, the real takeaway is that by including spring precipitation in our PCR, we've greatly improved the error bounds. However, the error that does remain is significantly biased with respect to different hydrological conditions. We're over-predicting after a dry year and under-predicting after a wet year. And in particular, I'd like to call your attention to this point here, which was measured by ASO in February of 2021 for the Tuolumne. And there, we're over-predicting 2021 runoff by 38%, even knowing the exact future spring precipitation. So there's clearly something significant going on here. And to investigate that, we have to look at variable runoff efficiency, where runoff efficiency is just the fraction of precipitation being converted to stream flow in a given year. Now, you've seen from Chad Moore's talk and others that runoff efficiency can be strongly nonlinear and very, highly variable. And what we've observed is that runoff efficiency is generally higher under overall wetter conditions, whether that's extra precipitation this year or potentially water being buffered from last year. To model these behaviors, I designed a nonlinear empirical runoff model that attempts to estimate the amount of runoff occurring between a given ASO flight and the end of July of that year. And for this model, we'll assume that the water supply on that interval depends on the magnitude of the water input, which is the sum of SWE ablation that's of the snowpack measured by ASO, plus any precipitation occurring during that melt interval. And then we'll multiply that water input by some seasonal runoff efficiency. And in this model, we'll allow that runoff efficiency to vary depending on kind of the catchment moisture conditions, which includes both this year's total precipitation, which has to do with the amount of water available for consumption by evapotranspiration, as well as being allowed to vary based on last year's runoff, which we're using as a proxy for antecedent moisture conditions and can allow for both groundwater recharge and buffering after a dry or wet year, respectively. To calibrate this model, we used all of the January through June ASO flights, 2013 to 2021, in both the Tuolumne and the Merced. And then I extended that with 26 years of an additional precipitation only record to fill in parts of the parameter space that haven't been observed in the past 10 or so years. Then I performed a Bayesian optimization of the nonlinear parameters for each basin. And we end up with a confidence interval of about plus or minus 7% in the Tuolumne and 12% in the Merced. And that extra error in the Merced is likely attributable to the fewer number of total ASO flights and years with ASO observations. But in both basins, we have an R-squared of about 0.99. And most importantly of all, if you look at the bottom left corner of this runoff versus modeled runoff scatter plot, you can see that we've significantly reduced those outliers in the drought years. So that allows us now to look at how our runoff model actually behaves. So what we're looking at here, it's a bit of a weird plot, so bear with me, but what we're looking at is a contour plot of the magnitude of seasonal runoff. So like colors at the top of that bar are more runoff as a function of both this year's precipitation on the x-axis and last year's runoff, which is that antecedent moisture proxy on the y-axis. And the first takeaway here is that if you have more precipitation, you're likely to get more runoff. I mean, that's fairly straightforward and expected. You put more water in, you get more water out. Great. But what might not be expected is that those small nonlinearities in our runoff model show up as very dramatic nonlinearities in our runoff efficiency model. These two graphs contain exactly the same information, but they're plotted in different parameter spaces. And while I would love to talk about the hydrological implications of that runoff efficiency plot, like potentially there's extra groundwater buffering in the Merced and stuff like that, the real takeaway for the sake of this conference is just that by having ASO data, we're able to quantify the water balance so accurately on the left side here that then we're able to observe and model these highly sensitive runoff efficiency behaviors, which we simply wouldn't be able to do using just point precipitation estimates. To bring this all back to the realm of forecasts, we need something to replace that idea of quote unquote future precipitation, because if we're running a real-time forecast, we can't know the future precipitation. So I just interpolated different exceedance levels for the future precipitation by day of year. It's essentially just an empirical model for how spring precipitation might evolve in this region, or what our reasonable expectations are for the maximum and minimum precipitation we could expect on some different time period. By putting these expectation values for precipitation back into our runoff model, we're able to finally propagate that uncertainty from the spring precipitation. If you remember all the way back near the beginning of this talk when I mentioned the idea of uncertainty itself being a function of the hydrological conditions, this plot is an example of evaluating that uncertainty function. The y-axis shows the fractional uncertainty in our water supply that's caused by the uncertainty in spring precipitation. So the median forecast is 0, it's exactly what we're predicting. And then we have some confidence interval of % above or below that based on our unknowns. And you can see that in a wet year, the spring precipitation is not contributing very much uncertainty. But in a dry year like 2021, unknowns of the spring precipitation are contributing up to plus or minus 50% uncertainty to our post-April 1st runoff. I'd like to just close out by showing a couple of examples of how these different forecast models would have performed in real time in 2021 in the Tuolumne. The first is we have that simplest PCR model of just the station measurements with the SNOTEL suite. And here we have some exceedance levels that have been derived from the statistical model uncertainty, which is basically just the goodness of fit of that PCR plot. And you can see that the measured inflow is right at the bottom of that range, which, while it's technically inside our confidence interval, the model is pretty clearly over predicting runoff this year. Second, we have the PCR model where we have ASO SWE plus future precipitation. And in this case, our exceedance levels have been derived by propagating that spring precipitation uncertainty all the way through to our final forecast. We've also added a new metric to this slide, which is that green star. And that green star represents what the model would have said if we had known the spring precipitation with 100% accuracy. And so the difference between that star and the measured inflow is our actual model error. And then the big exceedance level is what we could have seen in real time. And finally, I have the same plot, but using the nonlinear efficiency model that takes into consideration those impacts we talked about. And here, again, we have some uncertainty levels derived by propagating the expectations for spring precipitation. And it's actually reducing the uncertainty slightly. So the uncertainty window is a little bit smaller, but most importantly, by considering the variable runoff efficiency, we've shifted all those exceedance levels significantly down, so that now our measured inflow value is situated comfortably between the 90% and 50% exceedance level. And even more importantly, the modeled inflow with knowledge of the future precipitation, which again is a measure of how well our model is actually capturing the hydrological behavior, is very small. In fact, it's 76% error reduction compared to the PCR model using essentially the same information. So that just shows the very significant impact of those nonlinear efficiencies on driving the total runoff this year. In conclusion, we found that there is a significant nonlinear variation in runoff efficiency, which we attribute to both seasonal water availability and the potential for recharge or buffering. And by making accurate measurements of SWE with ASO, we're able to constrain the physical water balance, which allows us to propagate physical uncertainties all the way to our final forecast. And by doing this, we see that there's a much larger forecast uncertainty when SWE is low in a dry year, particularly after a dry year, which means that during droughts like 2021, the uncertainty is going to essentially skyrocket. And finally, we've heard climate constancy is dead, and we're moving to a new scenario of potential weather whiplash going back and forth between wet and dry years. And so this means that we're going to be much more likely to see these big variations in runoff efficiency that need to be able to be propagated forward to our confidence levels on our water supply forecasts. If there were one takeaway from this talk, it would just be that ASO SWE maps enable uncertainty propagation, showing the exaggerated impact of spring precipitation on runoff forecast uncertainty during droughts. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Awesome, Eli, that's really great. I really would love to spend some more time looking at that efficiency space plot that you had with very different or some pretty solid thresholds in efficiency behavior in the Merced and Tuolumne, but really different behavior between those two systems. I think there's a lot in there. I'm excited to look at that some more. I see DK's got his hands up, or one hand, I guess. DK, do you have a question to ask here?
Not sure how I did that. Apologize, but appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Think fast. Okay.
All right, I also don't want to keep everyone from lunch, but I'm happy to answer questions also via email or in the chat or at any later point today also.
It looks like Chad Moore just threw a question in the Q&A. He asked if you found any evidence of multi-year, like 2+ year influence on runoff efficiency.
That's a great question. Thanks. Yeah, so I originally, the short answer is I can't say from the limited number of years that we have, because I just don't have, I'm only looking at this mainly with the ASO years. And so I just don't have enough combinations of like wet after wet, wet, or dry after wet, dry to really fill out that parameter space and say for sure. But the maybe more interesting answer is that I think that's already accounted for by using the last year's seasonal runoff. This is actually a suggestion from the Hetch Hetchy Water and Power team. By using last year's seasonal runoff as that antecedent proxy, then that is actually kind of taking into account multi-year buffering, since last year's runoff can be affected by the year before it, was affected by the year before it ad nauseum. So it lets it be a kind of an open system where it's influenced each year. Hope that answers your question.
Great, good thought there. Okay, I think we are doing pretty good on time. Thanks to
so
all
much
of our speakers. Thanks, Eli. That was really great. Excited to see more as we go forward here. Thanks to all of our speakers this morning. Really amazing stuff across the board. And I think I'm going to go eat some tacos and think about all of it. Let's come back in an hour at noon. Is that time right? Yeah, noon Pacific. Sorry, it is noon Pacific. 1 Pacific, 2 p.m. Mountain Time. And we'll come back for Dave Gochis' keynote talk, and then we'll follow that with the discussion period this afternoon. Thanks everyone for a great morning. See y'all in a bit.
We're back. Hope everybody had a good lunch and is well caffeinated. And we can kick it off and try to stay a little more on time today. In particular, so I can get to voting on time. So Dave, are you there?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll have somebody else speak for you then.
All right, hang on here. Oh, there it is.
So, so we had Jeff's introduction of Dave earlier today, and I just want to add a little bit to this, and it piggybacks what Dave Rosardo was talking about yesterday with some of the hydrologic, the downstream hydrologic, and I mean that in the processing chain, the downstream forecasting and hydrologic modeling component for ASO. From the very beginning, we intended that these measurements would be used to inform better hydrologic modeling and forecasting. And but in the first 2 years, we were just supremely busy with the operations, getting ourselves to rapid turnaround, understanding the uncertainties in the forests and on slopes and patchy snow and on and on. And so we weren't yet pushing on that. And then in the summer of 2015, we had a meeting at Caltech at the Keck Institute for Space Studies, and in fact, in the building where Oppenheimer and Einstein would come and stay when they paid their visits to Caltech. So that was always awesome, and to look at the photos there. And it was a gathering of DWR and folks from Hetch Hetchy, folks from ARS, ASO, a few others, and the idea really was to discuss, all right, let's push this further, and DWR had been working on implementing the PRMS model with the USGS throughout the forecasted basins through Bulletin 120 throughout California, and it was moving pretty slowly, but we thought, well, gosh, this is an effort that's already been put in. Let's see if we can piggyback that. And after a couple of years of effort, it became clear that that was not the right path. And then we went into the efforts of migrating out of JPL and into this public benefit corporation. And but at the same time, we were working with Dave Gochis, as well as the M3 Works crew, and converging on what we think is the right path forward for us as an end-to-end. And so we thought it would be a great idea to ask Dave, who has done so much of this development and been so integral in WRF Hydro and WRF Hydro's implementation as the national water model, and likewise the implementation with the ASO program in the state of Colorado, to give us his vision for where we need to go. And we took hands off completely as to what he was to talk about, really, other than something along those lines. So we're not sure what he's going to say, but we're pretty excited to hear it. So Dave, take it away.
Thanks for that, Tom. Yeah, hopefully it won't get folks lost in the wilderness here. I'm going to build quite a bit on several different themes, a little bit on some of the different themes that were touched on this morning by multiple presenters, definitely not just myself. And also a little bit on what you just touched on related to how one does the research to operations transition, which has often, as many folks know, been called the Valley of Death. Great research, great papers, many times, far too often, kind of a tragedy, don't find their way helping folks make day-to-day life improving decisions. And I'm not going to say we've solved that problem, but I think there's just a lot of lessons learned along the way with that, particularly related to hydrologic prediction. And so hopefully what we'll talk about here is a step in those directions. And really it's about going through the forecast optimization and hardening process that needs to happen in order to make any sort of model, any sort of prediction operationally ready, so that it has sort of the uptime reliability as well as the accuracy that folks need to make decisions. So apologies. With that, the title of the talk is Improving Predictive Models of Water Resources Through ASO Information, but really it's about identifying and trying to articulate some of the pathways that have already been raised here throughout the various talks, and in moving those towards a standing predictive model. I'm going to start here with a little bit of background. Some of this should be fairly familiar for folks who've been in the hydrological modeling, hydrologic prediction community. For others who haven't, this may be a little bit new in many ways. I think has been elaborated on plenty in the past here. One of the biggest problems we have, particularly in doing water predictions in these remote high mountain watersheds, or in many of the data sparse areas, not only in this country, but throughout the world, is this idea of how we try and grapple with the various sources of uncertainty. And this is critical. On the right-hand side is a common schematic or concept that's used in predictive modeling. Essentially, what you're looking at is a graphic of, this isn't a particular model, this is a conceptual diagram, of model skill or model performance for some metric, choose your metric, as it changes over time. Usually when you implement a specific model for a given operation for decision making, it has limited utility, but then it goes through a fairly rapid and sustained improvement process. And there's a number of different reasons for that improvement. And you can see some of those listed here in this diagram. Some of those are related to sort of the incorporation of new data, new methodologies, in particular, improved model optimization methods. That could be calibration, parameter estimation. It could be the adaptation these days of different machine learning algorithms to refine estimates of key model parameters. But ultimately, for a given model, you're going to hit a plateau. And this sort of transition is called this S-curve, right? And we often find ourselves in the research to operations realm coming out with really high hopes because we're at the bottom of one of these S-curves and we get a few exciting years of model improvement, and then things start to lag a little bit and get a little stale. And I think anybody who's developed a predictive model has gone through this. I will say we've definitely gone through it with the National Water Model. We started with quite low skill early on. We made some rapid progress over the last few years. We don't know exactly how that's going to plateau, but we fully expect it to until, again, something changes, comes in, shakes up the tree, and moves things off of that traditional curve. And so really those plateaus become related to when the modelers start hitting those key areas of uncertainty, which have not been resolved in some way. And those uncertainties are contributing the dominant components of the forecast errors. And so the breakthroughs come through when these key uncertainties become resolved. So what are the resolutions of those? They could be in improved process formulations. They could be through improved model initial condition specifications. They could come through when scale issues are addressed. A lot of times scale issues get addressed when we are able to apply increased computing power to resolve processes which were traditionally not resolved. And I think some of the concepts of complex radiation transfers in mountainous terrain are clearly one of those. The breakthroughs come when boundary conditions get improved. For hydrology, of course, the meteorology and the climate system provides a fundamental boundary condition, but we know there are other boundaries in the hydrologic system that must be taken into account, particularly the groundwater systems. And then also, when we look at very complicated nonlinear processes, while we may be able to see and grasp some of the patterns that exist on the landscape, a lot of times our models aren't capable of reproducing those. So when the mechanisms for reproducing what we call this emergent behavior become better understood, how scaling laws might play an impact in improving parameter estimates or improving process representations, we can often get a breakthrough in the skill plateau. So the uncertainty conundrum here is certainly inclusive of the sort of long-standing concepts in hydrologic modeling of equifinality and model calibration. So I'm going to make a statement here, and I don't think it's that contentious, but it's kind of a confessional, just not in the box at the church. In any high dimension nonlinear model, there is going to always be some degree of calibration and optimization that's going to be needed. The idea that we would initialize a model with a set of fundamental equations and let it run without an optimization phase I don't think is ever going to really hold up. We know that model skill grows, sometimes at its most rapid through the S-curve of model performance, when robust methods for model optimization, calibration, are brought to bear on that. And so there's been obviously a lot of research through systems engineering, which has had a huge impact on that. And I think we're seeing a revolution of that right now through the development and application of these various machine learning, artificial intelligence techniques into these kinds of models. So I think we just need to accept that. And it really, if we do accept that, we get rid of this notion that simple models are bad and complex models are good, but they have different strengths and weaknesses, and they have different uncertainties that are associated with them. Some of the uncertainties are addressable with models of different structure, and some of them obviously aren't. And so when we attack the problem from an uncertainty estimation, I think that's where we start to see the opportunity open up for getting out of sort of that traditional gridlock of, a hardened, skillful model that's doing reasonably well through calibration, but has its limitations, it's hit its plateau, and may not be able to make any more major improvements because it's not able to move past those. So how do we chip away at this issue of equifinality, whether it be a simple model or even a complex model, so-called physics-based model, process-based model? Well, one of the main ways, of course, is to bring in more observables. They can be physical observables. They can certainly be chemical observables. I know there's folks in the participant list here who've done a lot of work in looking at sort of chemical tracers in hydrology and being able to use those to unravel flow paths and residence times. And those are certainly extremely important to be able to remove possibilities of the history of that water and how it got to where it was. So when we're talking about chipping away at equifinality and bringing in observables, we're continuously constraining parameter space in the models, the ranges of parameters. It's one thing to have a default range of parameters from a table. It's another thing to actually think critically about what the range of those parameters might be in a particular location or setting. If we don't have any information about that setting or very limited information, that parameter space is very large. But when we know that setting is a mature aspen stand, that does significantly limit some of the parameter spaces that we may be exploring, particularly in that case related to vegetation. We can remove uncertainty in process behaviors, eliminating missing processes. I think some of the talks that we've seen already on the radiative transfer related to snow and how snow ages and how it changes in its radiative exchange processes is critically important. In that regard, I think the idea of wind redistribution of snowpack in a lot of our hydrologic models, which is often missing compared to our very process-based snow models, is an area for ripe improvement there. And then lastly, a common problem in predictive issues is the uncertainty we have in the initial conditions. And there's been some good studies. I think a recent paper by Andy Wood and Andy Newman that came out a couple of years ago looking across the country at where model initial conditions actually have an outsized impact on forecasts versus other things, did a really good job of illustrating that. And so when we maximize the fidelity of our initial conditions, in our case here, largely related to snowpack, there is another opportunity to significantly reduce those sources of uncertainty. So these are the sort of concepts that sort of we come after when we go to look at how we reduce uncertainty in these predictive models. And of course, this is just sort of a different way to look at it. We've got these challenges on the left-hand side. We've talked about some of these, the physics formulations, the boundary conditions, the parameters, their specification, their identifiability, and the initial conditions. And so what are really the opportunities is where we're headed with this. And this, again, is in relation to operational forecast systems, not necessarily the latest GRACE research model, which is run in a very curated environment, but things that we can actually pull in real time and make progress on. And so to some degree, several of these opportunities, pretty much all of the ones that are listed here, exist in several formulations in several ways. There's many opportunities to improve model formulations. And of course, the modelers love to spend most of their time in that realm. But the observational science is where there's a lot of, I think, still untapped potential that needs to come in to the predictive realm. And a lot of it is basic science on how we make these measurements, but a lot of it isn't. A lot of it is the architectures in the system behind collecting the data, aggregating the data, standardizing it, and getting it flowing into an operational prediction system. And that's a system engineering aspect, which often lags behind the state of the science and ultimately results in that valley of death in a lot of ways in improving predictions. So some of those observationally oriented components, and these are kind of the ones that I've, thought about, it would be great to be able to focus on, and in certain aspects we are, either through projects with the USGS or academic colleagues or now with the ASO team, are kind of as follows. What kinds of information on soil moisture and groundwater levels can we bring in? What are the opportunities to improve the skill, fidelity of meteorological conditions that are coming in? And then a host of what LIDAR is really opening up for us in terms of observables of the land surface. And again, I'm not suggesting this is completely novel. A lot of these have already been touched on in this workshop, but there's certainly things that are ripe and ready for implementation into a fully operational system. So what are those canopy structures, including the disturbance aspect of that, surface roughness conditions, or the sort of underlying roughness of the landscape at the sort of hill slope and field scale levels that inhibit the flow of water, promote infiltration, things like that, and being able to characterize that in a disturbed environment. The LIDAR-derived terrain heights, and in particular the channel structures and floodplain structures, which help organize water flow, is a huge area that we have really yet to tap in a lot of the operational prediction models that are being run. But we know that the patterns that emerge out of those often have more fidelity than the patterns that might emerge out of either a coarser resolution or differently discretized model. No secret, LIDAR-derived snowpack, which is really the focus of a lot of what this workshop is on this table, as is derived reflectances from the spectrometer. And then another thing that we haven't talked about a whole lot are LiDAR-derived water levels on the landscape, whether that be a lake level, which we don't have a lot of monitoring for, whether it be river levels, or whether it be flood inundation levels, as flood inundation and wetland inundation can be a critical aspect of getting your initialization right in a forward predicted model. So with that, we've been focusing a bit more in our group on several aspects of these, because these data sets are becoming increasingly available through ASO and other groups. And we're trying to look at multiple ways to ingest those into the operational prediction system. So workshops like this become key areas for looking at how the state of the science is evolving. I'm going to talk about the work that we've done in the operationalization of ASO snowpack estimates in real-time forecasting. So, and this again is going to be an illustration of this into a fully real-time system, as opposed to sort of the idealized, research study that we did with the ASO data being assimilated into the Listworth hydro system. So I'm going to start pivoting now to describing the project, which we've had with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and entities here in Colorado for the last several years. This history goes back a ways, and I'm not going to cover a lot of that. There's been a lot of work going back to about 2009 on that, the whole observation gap filling of measurements throughout the West. We really started working with ASO, as I mentioned in the first talk, in about 2015 through that project in the upper Rio Grande Basin. And again, usually at that time, we were just looking at it as a way to validate what the model is doing. Was it doing any good? And what were the impacts of some of these other research data sets that we were pulling in? But the fact that we could see the sort of inherent value of it started to motivate us to look at different ways to get this into the system in real time. And so after a couple of different years of very isolated snapshots and one-off retrospectives of assimilation of ASO data, we kind of hardened the system over the last year and have this now up and running for the current year as a real-time forecast system. So here's the forecast process that's being used. One would go through many of these steps in the implementation of a forecast system. This is very similar to the overall workflow that's used for the National Water Model implementation of WRF Hydro. But of course, we've been able to tailor this quite a bit more to some of the specifics of seasonal water supply forecasting here in Colorado or in the Intermountain West, as opposed to having some of the operational constraints that exist on the National Water Model. So we have a lot more freedom to select and downscale and bias correct our meteorological data, both the historic data that's used to calibrate and optimize the model, as well as the real-time data that we use to drive the model, to prepare historical stream flow and reservoir inflow data. We do a much longer, more detailed calibration than we do for the National Water Model here. There's a different regionalization strategy, which follows out of that calibration for model parameters. And then the next couple of steps, numbers 5, 6, and also 7, are really sort of key departures that focus this work on the use of snow observations, in particular, what we'll focus on here, the ASO data assimilation, into this system. And the goal here is that we're creating biweekly ensemble seasonal water supply forecasts of both current snowpack and hydrologic conditions. We are doing a kind of a classic ESP methodology in doing this. So while we're spending a lot of time trying to work on the update of the initial conditions through data assimilation, we are sampling from the historical climatology for the meteorological forcings, the seasonal scale meteorological forcings going into this forecast system. And there are inherent limitations to that. There's also inherent value in doing that. And that's another discussion. And then the last objective, of course, is to create probabilistic either river flow or reservoir inflow products for the various users. And so what Erik Skeie described earlier today was just sort of this is one component of this attempt to put this kind of information, translate this kind of information into sort of actionable decision making. this slide here, I'm not going to dwell on it. It's into the processes of how we process the meteorological data that comes into the model, and the associated downscaling and bias correction of the data sets that we need. It's worth noting that one of the most inherent limitations when doing real-time forecasting is what is available in real time and what is the skill of the various products that are available. And McKenzie touched on this earlier. There's inherent limitations in some of the operational numerical weather prediction models. There's also skill even in a lot of the analysis data sets which we use, which may have a day or two lag behind real time. And that kind of speaks to the whole, we're at a juncture now of what's better in terms of representing the atmosphere and precipitation and sort of the issues that Jessica Lundquist touched on recently in the article that she wrote in the Bulletin of American Meteorological Society. I went through this earlier today, so I'm not going to dwell on sort of the configuration of the model. This is, again, just a variation of the WRF hydro system that we've built here for Colorado or for doing seasonal water supply forecasting. We covered some of the specific model physics in there, so I'm not going to go through those in great detail again. So we can focus on sort of the products. So the products here that come out of this system then, and I think, you know, from a perspective of what would be desirable moving forward is sort of the suite of interactive visualizations that are accessible both to scientists and to managers that provide information on the sort of trailing skill of the model up to the real-time initialization as it compares with a number of other observational platforms. And then what is the sort of projection moving forward and the associated uncertainties with those projections moving forward. So to do that, we have a utility that we've built here at NCAR. It's essentially open source web mapping service that utilizes a lot of different, again, open source database tools, whether it's PostgreSGIS database or a Threads data server for some of the larger gridded data stacks. And so what comes out of this cycling system are continuous daily gridded analyses of SWE and snow depth. We plot up real-time differences of those between other operational products like SNODAS, or as you see on the right-hand side, against station measurements from SNOTEL and other observing networks where we can pull those in. And then also compare the output hydrology from the model and how well it's been doing or not, as compared with real-time stream flow measurements. And then in the lower right-hand corner here is really the sort of the flagship product which comes out of this, which is the forecast, the ensemble forecast of river flow accumulation past a point or total reservoir inflow into a key reservoir, and how that's expected to evolve over the course of the season. And again, as you can see with the different confidence intervals around those plots, what the associated uncertainties are. So that's just sort of a snapshot overview of the different outputs from that. The data sets that are going into this system then become, you know, the key focus of attention. And we've touched on a few of these. So you know, the gap filling radar, that's actually a snapshot of the radar that now sits in Alamosa that emerged from that 2015-2016 study. There are a host of different observational networks being installed throughout the Western US. Clearly, California Division of Water Resources has a major investment in that, as do, say, the Center for Snow and Avalanche, work we've done with local water districts here in Colorado, the NRCS. You can go down the list. And so to the degree that we can pull that data in, we're trying to do that. And of course, what we're talking about here in the lower right-hand corner is the assimilation of ASO. Okay, so now I'm going to focus on some of the results of the system and try to highlight, with the time we have left, of just the impact of the ASO data assimilation on these kinds of plots. I just wanted to sort of put this up there as a quick primer, if you will, for how these plots get interpreted. Whether or not we're looking at flow past a gauge or whether or not we're looking at reservoir inflow, we're casting these diagrams as accumulated flow, generally in the April 1 through September 30th timeframe. So sort of the key snowmelt runoff season, water management season that we have here in Colorado. Now, every basin, operating district, different areas around the country may have a variation of this, but I think it's, you get the idea. You'll see a lot of individual traces there with the rainbow colors. That's each of the individual model ensembles from a different set of forecasts, initialized on different dates. The black line, of course, is observed, that's climbing there. And then from the ensemble spread, we can create probability bands, and that's what sort of the gray and the white shading is in the middle. Then we try and outline a few key quantiles for the presentation of that information. As you could imagine, early in the year, these quantile ranges are quite large. And then as the year goes on, they tend to shrink down quite a bit until about, tail end of the key runoff season in July, they start to be very tight. Plotted across the state, you can pull off graphics then from essentially any location on the state to get a plot like this. These are all the gauged, these are snapshots from different gauged locations around the state. And then the model's been calibrated to many of these gauges, assuming they're a headwater gauge without a lot of water management above them. And with that calibrated model, that's what creates the basis for the forecasts. Another thing that we do try to do then is keep track of this model performance versus a number of the other background models that are also providing forecasts. There's a lot of power in a multi-model ensemble. And while there's a tendency to view things as more of a bake-off, what's better, I think being able to capture the various sources of uncertainty that goes into these forecasts and understand those can be very helpful in understanding where these systems are headed. This is an example from the Upper Rio Grande system again, where the ranges of different forecasts from the West Gulf River Forecast Center, from the NRCS, as well as from the Wharf Hydro-based system is being tracked. This is from 2018, actually. We have similar plots from this year as well. So this is 2020 forecast results. This is just looking at several different locations within the headwaters of the Rio Grande Basin. The dotted lines represent the River Forecast Center forecasts from those years. And the solid lines are different basins from the Wharf Hydro system. And you can see where we have matching basins here. There's a combined Conejo system in the Rio Grande Basin. And if we had a perfect forecast, all of these lines would appear as a straight line across the map. We see we don't have that. We have various undulations, which represent sort of the uncertainty or the error in the forecast as a function of time as it moves forward. As you get to the bottom there, of course, these flatten out just because of the scale differences. So don't be confused by that. Okay, so with this background on the overall system, I'm going to now talk about the results of the assimilation for essentially the years that we have. We had a couple of these prototype years that I mentioned earlier. 2018 was really one of the last major ones that we had, where there were flights conducted over the East River and the Upper Gunnison River Basin. That included the Taylor River Basin as well. I think we reported these on a ASO workshop, not last year, as the year before, about how, from that perspective, we took those forecasts and retrospectively did the assimilation for both of these systems. If I flip the slide, you end up seeing that if the assimilation happened on the date where the red arrow was, the final model solution after assimilation ended up closing down with the observed result from that assimilation. But it happens differently in different basins, right? So it's not a uniform increase or decrease in stream flow. It's an adjustment based on what the difference is between the ASO assimilation and the background model error. In the East River, this ended up being a 33% increase in the final forecast, and the Taylor River is about a 10% increase for that particular year. And that was very different than what we had seen in some other years and in other places. Okay, so what happened this year? The systems that were flown this year here in Colorado included the Dolores, the Animas, the Conejos, as well as the Blue River Basin flowing into Lake Dillon Reservoir. What you see on the left-hand side is the 50-meter ASO SWE product. And on the right-hand side is the 1 kilometer wharf hydro sweep product from the same date. So this would be our prior in terms of the data assimilation before the assimilation has occurred. You'll see patchiness and discontinuities in the snowpack behavior in the model. That's due to the calibration that's happening in different basins. And that is, of course, a source of uncertainty because it's not yet constrained by an independent source of snowpack information. It's only calibrated according to stream flow. When we start to sort of go through these different areas and look at the impact of the assimilation, though, we kind of see some different consistencies building up. So now we're focusing here on the Conejos. Again, the 50-meter ASO product, you can see the distributions and the ranges, the 1 kilometer wharf hydro. On the left-hand side is the prior, so wharf hydro again, and then on the right-hand side is the posterior. So after we've assimilated ASO into the model, what the ASO snowpack at 1 kilometer ends up looking like. And you can see it's quite a bit different in terms of the spatial distribution over that area, as well as in the sort of some of the range of magnitudes. Kind of like we presented this morning, there is a much larger dynamic range in snow depth across the basin or snow water equivalent. There's a larger areas where there is snow that's being detected by ASO, and there's quite a few areas of more heavy deposits of snow. It's also interesting if you take a detailed look at this, it's a little hard to see here, that the maximum of snowpack in this particular basin actually shifts downstream, downwind, if you will, from the crest of this watershed, which is right along the edge of the basin divide here between the Conejos and the San Juan River Basin. Looking up towards the Blue River Basin, we're going to see something similar happen in this regard. So again, this is the background wharf hydro analysis on the right. This is from April 19th, the 50-meter ASO SWE product on the left. And then showing now with the prior on the left and then after the ASO assimilation on the right. And in this particular case, we can see that the model in this location had a fairly strong positive background model bias. We also saw this in the Animus for this past year. The Dolores was a bit more mixed in its estimate of snowpack as well. So again, one doesn't necessarily categorically say that ASO is adjusting things in an upwards or downwards. It's changing a lot of the distributions as well as the overall basin water content. And I think it's those distributions which can have a big impact, as we showed in the list paper as well, on what the ultimate runoff response is. There's, of course, a lot of checking that goes on the impact of the assimilation at the station scale. Now, the ASO team, of course, produces those stats when they do their flights and shows these validations. What I'm showing here is the SNOWTEL observations. This is now from Southwest Colorado in yellow, and the model assimilated snowpack at this location from the nearest 1 kilometer pixel in blue. And you can clearly see the impact of the assimilation in these areas. These are largely within the Dolores River Basin now, but again, you can see some mixed performance. In several cases at Lizard Head and El Diente, the adjustment is a downward adjustment. But at the Scotch Creek, which had almost completely melted out, according to some of these measurements, it did bump up a little bit with the ASO assimilation there. There could be some scaling impacts of that. And at the Shark's Tooth SNOWTEL site here, it was a fairly significant adjustment upwards. It's not surprising, or it shouldn't be surprising, that the ASO measurements don't match specifically with a given SNOWTEL observation because of the fact that this is now a 1 kilometer assimilated pixel from this, but you can see that it does adjust the model. In this case, it went around the local observation. In the two cases up here, it brought a fairly significant positive bias down towards the local observation. We can track this performance also against SNODAS, which is what you're seeing here, kind of after the assimilation occurs, and you see that there is still differences with SNODAS. That's not to be a surprise again. SNODAS is not perfect, and in fact, I think this may be a better estimate of how SNODAS might be departing from truth, but it's just another metric that we're following. Okay, so the impact on stream flow and reservoir inflow, which is kind of the ultimate goal here. So there's some statistics here on the left which come out of this. We've got two different data simulations that were done in real time with ASO in Colorado. One was in mid-April and the other one was in mid-May. And then we've plotted the graphics here are just for illustration purposes. Really the key information is in the tables on, or the tabulated information on the right, with and without the ASO assimilation. So this is for Platoro Reservoir inflows, which is a headwater reservoir on the Conejos River system, but it's essentially one of the only managed reservoirs in the headwaters of the Rio Grande, where they actually have an opportunity to store and release water and help administer in the interstate compact. So you can see without ASO here, the estimates that were coming from the model directly we're in the range of initially 39,000 acre feet and about 30,000 acre feet. And ASO was locking in quite a bit higher proportionately, about 48,000 acre feet on the April flight, 43,000 acre feet on the May flight. As of July 31st, which is clearly through the bulk of the runoff season in this area, the total inflow at that point in time was around 48,000 acre feet. So even though ASO's estimates of the total seasonal water supply going through September 30th were trending a bit lower than what was ultimately observed, it was a significant improvement over what there was before. Keep in mind also that throughout a lot of Colorado this year, we had a monsoon season in July, which yielded over 150% of normal rainfall. And of course, we know that data assimilation of snow is not going to address that issue. But just adjusting for the background error and snow cover in April and in May resulted in a fairly significant improvement to the total water supply forecast here. Looking at a similar case now up in the headwaters of the Blue River, this is for Dillon Reservoir. You can see a similar impact, but in a different direction. Again, according to the maps that we showed earlier, we knew that the background model had a fairly high bias associated with it. The total water supply forecasts coming off of that, you can see with ASO, a fairly significant reduction, almost a 50% drop in the April assimilation, a little less than that in the May assimilation. As of earlier in August, we had about 93,000 acre feet coming into that. So again, while it didn't correct all issues associated with the forecast, particularly those on the uncertainty related to summer meteorology, it brought things much closer in line with what has been observed by correcting for that background model bias in the model estimated snowpack. We're going to get, this is just an example. We can look at this at streamflow sites too. That was for reservoir inflows. This is downstream on the Conejos, quite a ways downstream. Just looking at some of the differences. They're a little more nuanced here, but you get a similar picture. The background without ASO for the entire Conejos River system tended to be a little bit high. Right now, those estimates are probably going to end up in the middle 150 range, if I recall. And so ASO is adjusting that snowpack system downward away from some of those higher estimates. It's kind of splitting the difference between the two different ASO assimilations in terms of helping out. In the Dolores River Basin here, this is a situation where the background model estimates again were quite high. In this case, well above 110, close to 120,000 acre feet for the Dolores River. This is above McPhee Reservoir. The adjustments with the ASO data assimilation were bringing things down into the 90s, and as of early August, we were in the mid 80s. So again, bringing things much more in line and correcting for some of that overestimate in snowpack at that point. Now, colleagues at the Bureau of Reclamation have been doing a number of different comparisons on this. I think Susan has talked or is going to talk about some of these. I'm not sure. If she's not on this workshop, it's another one upcoming in the Southwestern District, as she's been tracking performance of the Wharf Hydro ASO data assimilation versus the background CBRFC forecast, as well as the NRCS forecast for a number of their key forecast regulation points, whether it be the Animas River at Durango or specific reservoirs like Lemon Reservoir or McPhee Reservoir inflow. And so again, the stories, it's a mixed bag on these in terms of what's working well, but we're getting, again, a constraint on what our model's showing and what the underlying snowpack estimate was that was going through into these forecasts. And again, trying to compare that against the other operational forecast systems that are out there. Okay, so wrapping up. This is a set of conclusions that are very specific to the ASO data assimilation. So far for this Colorado work, we've really focused on direct insertion, and there are close, of course, pros and cons to that. It can be fairly primitive, but it did lead to improvements in nearly all of the assimilations that we had done for these key reservoir inflows. Now, whether or not it had a full improvement on downstream river forecast, it's a little bit more of a mixed picture depending on the river system you look at and potentially what some of the impacts of some of the management is. Of course, that's a conflating thing. We talked this morning about some more of the different DA methods that can also yield improvements, so that work's ongoing. And where we're at this year was the relative impact of the different ASO assimilations, whether it was the April assimilation or a later assimilation, is it's not fully known. This year, the assimilation on April 1st tended to have a much bigger incremental impact on the forecast than the assimilation did in May. But in earlier work that we've done, looking at, say, the differences between the open loop simulation and the ASO data work, sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes the difference is much greater later in the season. And drawing back to this morning's example, there wasn't as big of a difference in the April comparisons for the Conejos Basin in 2015. But when we got to that June 2nd configuration, because of the fairly extreme May precipitation regime that had happened, the differences between the background model estimate and the ASO estimate were greater in the latter assimilation. So it really depends on what happens after the assimilation and how it compares to sort of the background training and optimization of the model, which tends to have a big impact on what has more value, an early or a late season. It's safe to say that the more scenes you have, the better. But of course, we know there's practical limitations in that. And then lastly, of course, returning to this figure, we're just really scratching the surface on these opportunities. There's, of course, work going on in several of these different places. And I think Jeff has talked about some of the different applications that we're seeking to do moving forward, looking at some of the aspects of using the LiDAR data for canopy structure information and roughness characterization, particularly in the post-fire environment, that can be used. And then there's some things that really haven't been tapped really at all yet, which is trying to utilize the improved terrain and channel structure information, looking at some aspects of estimated water levels, which are coming off of the ASO LiDAR products. And so there is clearly a lot more to be tapped here. And little by little, I think, we're excited to keep digging into this and doing it in an operationally relevant way to try to continue to improve forecasts. So Tom, with that, I will stop. And be happy to answer any questions. Looks like there's quite a few chats.
There are indeed, and questions and comments. And Dave, that was great. Really appreciate that, and you putting in the effort to a bigger talk like that. There were several questions that I think, so there was one from Charles Alachi that I think you addressed. And then Sean Fleming has a comment about machine learning and this intersection of machine learning and hydrologic modeling. And I would guess that would be a good one for us to discuss in in the discussion a little later.
Yeah, I can just comment briefly. I won't take a deep dive. There has been a recent study by Gray, Nearing, and others who have looked at the comparison of a straight up machine learning algorithm versus the national water model, as well as a machine learning algorithm applied to national water model outputs in terms of overall predictive skill improvements. And I think there was a lot of interesting lessons learned that come out of that. They can certainly point out structural and deficiencies in the model. The hybrid approach, where you're actually applying machine learning methods to a fairly skillful model, are, I think, clearly some of the most impressive things that you can do. I think there's uncertainty in terms of the training and application of a pure machine learning method, especially if you start disturbing things in the environment about how valid that's going to be. Fire rolls through. Do you have to retrain your model, and then you kind of have the historical data dependency. But with smaller data sets, and this study clearly had a small data set, which was one of the nice things about it that Gray did. They didn't have a real 10, 20-year archive to train this on because the model hasn't been around that long. They were able to generate significant value over short times in both cases, but with the post-processing of the actual model output yielding more superior results. So I think there's clearly opportunities there.
Right. Let's see. And then Steve Haugen has a question here. As these models are updated to integrate high resolution data sets, are we maintaining the ability to run the models in the absence of various data sets?
Yeah, so that's a great point. And it speaks to, when you build an operational system, how many contingencies you have to build into it. Clearly, the system cannot be brittle. If all of a sudden the NEXRAD radar network goes down because of an alien attack, we still got to generate a forecast somehow. And so you're pulling on other data sources to do that. And this situation's no different. Of course, the model will run in open loop mode, say, without ASO data. It's just the uncertainties continue to grow, particularly related to snowpack. The same thing will happen with streamflow observations, as well as a lot of the key meteorological forcing data sets. And eventually you just you stack up your contingencies to start with your best, and you work your way downward. And a key aspect of doing the forecast verification is then tracking when you're actually kicking over to your contingencies as opposed to your desired configuration, so that you can keep track of skill and what's influencing it. But it's a good question.
Great. All right, tell you what, so why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 2:05 Pacific. I think I'm looking at my watch, right? And we'll come back to a panel, and it lists the three of us from ASO, but really it should be listing more of the modeling crew, starting with Dave and others. And I know that Gus is going to have a question. In fact, there he is, putting one in there. So Gus, be sure to stay tuned and be a part of this discussion. And we'll all reconvene then. Dave, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
What should take only 5 minutes to send 3 emails, but somehow it took 10 minutes to send one. Anyways, okay, let's get rocking here. Thanks everyone for sticking around late in the day. But honestly, even though we've had an awesome program so far, this discussion segment every afternoon is actually the part that I'm most excited about this whole workshop. And that's to kind of springboard off of a lot of the material that we've seen so far, and especially Dave's talk just now, which got my brain spinning all kinds of numbers of ways, even though Dave and I have talked about all of that stuff quite a lot previously. So for this discussion, we've got it labeled integration of ASO data with forecast models and operations. That's kind of just a placeholder. and we can let it evolve a little bit organically. But just by way of background, the motivation here, as Tom mentioned in his introduction to Dave's keynote, one of the motivating goals from early on in the ASO program has been to enable and support an evolution in operational runoff forecasting, one that is resilient to the ongoing rapid changes we're seeing in our hydroclimate, in our land cover, and forest, et cetera. And exactly how this transformation is to take place and what form it should take remains somewhat of an open question. Indeed, it's likely to take, I guess, many forms and pathways, from updating existing operational models to implementing physically based but somewhat conventional architectures, like WRF Hydro, to leveraging novel approaches like machine learning, as Sean Fleming's been commenting on in the chat. So I guess I'd like to start, and maybe I'll pitch it to Dave again, since he's already warmed up. What do you see as the biggest challenge in, there's kind of, let's start with the first two approaches: upgrading or enabling improvements in existing systems, so primarily index-based forecasting, versus implementing a much more data-hungry, physically based systems such as WRF Hydro. Obviously, there's other examples. There's pluses and minuses to both of those. Where do you see? I mean, I think I know how you're going to answer this, but where do you see us landing in the near term? What do you see challenges and pathways forward there?
Sure. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of ways to unpack it. I find a lot of value in the index forecasts in a lot of ways. Obviously, the simplicity, the accessibility is good. The sanity check, really, that they provide, if you get that really good snapshot of snow, you get your total volume estimate, and you make some assumptions about what your future climate is. You can generate some forecasts. You can generate some probabilistic forecasts in a pretty straightforward way, right? And so I think there is always going to be a place for that, for the time being, because you just may not have the capacity to go install, tune up a more complicated system in other areas, particularly in some of the more remote areas that may be tracked out, or if somebody wants a specific subbasin or something like that. So I think you could certainly keep that on the table. I think, from my perspective, the sort of the issues that get hidden with that, of course, are the details of how the distribution of the snowpack and the rates of its melt out and things like that may, in given years and in given locations, become part of that dominant signal. And so you need that backstop of a more robust modeling system to be able to handle that. And I think, the example that we lived through this year with what we saw in the Animus was pretty striking, right? We were going into that, and the SNOTEL estimates were pretty good. Not good into the quality, but pretty good, as in there was a good amount of snow there. The model was tracking that performance with SNOTEL actually pretty well. We get the mid-April ASO snapshot. Come to find out, on the peaks all around there was no snow. And the downward revision that I think that provided pretty much everyone, and the surprise that had was pretty striking, right? And so that spatial distribution is critically important. I think you could use that information both in an index method as well as in a complex model, distributed model method, and that's great. You could have value from both of those. I think, again, another aspect of the distributed model is sort of the other derivative products you can derive out of it if you're looking at other key model outputs that you might want information on. They could be other sources and sinks of moisture, other fluxes of moisture, other locations within a watershed, ungauged locations, things like that. So being able to have background guidance on that is good, but of course, that's going to have to be trained somehow over time and validated somehow over time. but it does provide some background information. So just some initial thoughts, nothing probably too striking on that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think somebody brought it up earlier is, even in what we like to call a fully physically based system, there's still calibrations. I mean, there's still large components of the water budget, or even components of the water budget that are undersampled or underobserved. Soil moisture, of course, comes to mind. There was discussion of evapotranspiration earlier. Sometimes, the state variable is not well observable, but a flux or a trend in it is better observed and allows a calibration. How is that different? How is that dependency different than an index kind of model?
You're asking me, or just kind of opening it up to the floor?
I'm kind of opening it up. I'm looking at you because you were speaking just last, but I actually, I should have said at the beginning of all of this, we'd love for this discussion to be open. This is not just the 4 people listed on the program. So please, if you'd like to comment, ask a question, contribute to the discussion, raise your hand, and we can unmute you. So I know Sean Fleming from NRCS was asking some questions earlier. I'd love to get his opinions here as well, especially he's got a lot of experience in the machine learning.
And his talking has been permitted.
Oh, look at that.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so that was a great talk, David. So just to be clear, it can be a little bit curt sometimes and texts and stuff like that. So I really think the work you're doing is absolutely phenomenal. So I want to be clear about that up front. I just want to sort of connect the dots a little bit. This is something I like to do, is kind of see how very different perspectives and data sets and approaches can all be tied together. So, I mean, really the thing that struck me the most about your talk was that one of the very first slides was that S-curve about the innovations. And that's 100% right for sort of classical modeling approaches. Machine learning was almost exactly backwards from that. It immediately delivered improved performance over everything else. But, as I mentioned in my question, it had other issues to deal with, like physical explainability, most obviously, a few other things too. It took a while for people to figure out how to not overtrain MLs and things like that. But a lot of these things, it was kind of hit sort of a tipping point, it feels like, maybe within the last 5 years or so. And this is an extremely rapidly evolving field in part because we can leverage a tremendous amount of effort that's going on outside of hydrology or even geophysical science in general. So we're seeing things like Kratzert's work in Austria on the LSTMs, and some of the ways that it's actually able to infer physical process without being told what it is, which is really interesting. The notion that machine learning can't work in a non-stationary environment under climate change, that has fallen by the wayside as well, with some work particularly by people like Alex Cannon and Rajesh Shrestha in Canada. Then Gray Nearing has sort of been put out some concepts about how do we know what we know about water, and can machine learning address those sorts of things. It's a little bit more on an abstract level, but pretty interesting conversations. So a lot of that's just really cutting edge research, but we're making that next step of operationalizing this stuff. And it's not necessarily to use the most cutting edge ML methods, but rather, to my mind, the whole RTO model is in a way a little bit flawed, because it's sort of a high priest of knowledge kind of thing, where academics and researchers produce these amazing things and then kind of push them out to practitioners and operational hydrologists and whatnot, and then are disappointed that they're not working. And it almost feels like you need to start from the other side, is ask hydrologists what they want and then give it to them. And we've made some efforts at that recently, and that's kind of how we've wound up with the M4 system here at NRCS that we're moving to, which is a kind of multi-model meta system, we're calling it, that is largely, though not exclusively, based on machine learning. One thing that's come out of this, and I'm sorry if I'm being a little long-winded here, but that entire multi-model framework ultimately where we're going with it is to also ingest other people's forecasts, like what you're doing with WRF Hydro. And then you kind of wind up in this intellectual space where you're trying to integrate all these different things. So that's kind of where I'm coming at with these questions. So the two questions I had then was, how do you feel, that WRF Hydro fits into this kind of new reality? And I'm sure it does, but the question is how, what does that look like? And do you think that even more fundamentally, these R2O concepts, like that S-curve, for example, need some fundamental rethinking?
They're good questions. I think it would take a while to unpack several of the things you said, especially related to these models being developed in isolation and things like that. I don't necessarily think that was a true point, especially when they're community models, which are being used by different entities for different applications all over the world, not just from water resources, but from a fundamental process understanding to a flood forecasting, to a water resources forecasting, to a water use perspective and things like that. So I think I would guard against making generally, overgeneralized statements is one thing. The more answer to your question, though, is where does WRF Hydro fit into the suite of all these things? And that is a good one. I think, there is value in the sort of the physical constraints we put on a system. Now, those constraints could be coded up in other ways, and many of the systems that you mentioned are certainly doing that. I think it remains to be seen what sort of the ultimate utility is. I think, again, going back to your statements around the S-curve, again, I'd actually just disagree with you on that. I think the most early machine learning things that we've used, going back to fundamentals like principal components analysis, things like that, they've been around for a long time. And they really didn't expansively change things like forecast skill until they got wrapped in with other innovative breakthroughs, particularly having an observational basis for the large volumes of data sets to actually mine with the techniques that you're talking about. So again, I'd peel back one layer of what you said and have a much longer time frame for when a lot of these techniques originally came out in their fundamental form, and then how they've really come together in the last few years under the drivers of all the applications that you did mention. And that's where I think things are getting really exciting. And I fully agree with what you said. The applications that we have for going into large data sets and being able to mine key aspects of information out of them is it's a convergence, right? It's a convergent science, it's a convergent technology, and it's picking up on other things, and it's leading to those breakthroughs, which I think are leading to the rapid improvements that we're seeing. I think the role of physical models in that breakthrough is still yet to be determined. I don't have a firm answer for it. There are certainly, and you mentioned some of the papers already, people who are starting to do that and pulling out the useful pieces of information. Gray talks about this a lot in his work about where are the real, value of information and coming into these things. And I think that's still unfolding. Beyond that, I wouldn't hedge to bet where things are going, besides the safe bet, which is, I think we're going to see a little bit of everything moving forward. I think we're going to see elements of each one of these things. I think there will continue to be a need for process understanding, particularly, for certain environmental problems that you have to find a causative mechanism for. It'd be hard to go into, say, a forensic environment with a pure machine learning algorithm and, ascribe fault or damages to somebody. And there's a long history of that with physical models. So, being careful about what the application is, being careful about the timescales we're talking about. Beyond that, I think there is just huge upside potential for using all of these for the pure optimization of forecasts, no doubt about that.
It seems to me that there's sort of a parallel here, and I'm looking at Gus's question from the Q&A asking about a longer term archive, or the importance of a longer term archive of ASO data for model calibration versus a shorter term record that, as he says, may only be useful for data assimilation. I think that speaks more broadly to, you mentioned ungauged basins. There's an inherent challenge, regardless of the model system, in dealing with environments that are under observed. And if we're starting up in a new basin, sure, ASO data can get us a long ways to understanding a portion of what's going on hydrologically, but there's a lot of other components that, as I mentioned in my sort of intro blurb, that are under observed and take a while of observing fluxes. And maybe it's a residual approach in the water balance to say, okay, well, we think we know how this behaves in relation to other components. Sean, from the machine learning perspective, obviously having a massive data cube or multi-dimensional stash of data is important for feeding into an ML algorithm or developing on. How do you see that question that Gus posed, this sort of the relative value of a longer term data set, the Tuolumne being kind of our current example of the deepest ASO data versus, a 1 or 2 year archive from a subset of hydroclimatic expressions?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I make 2 points. First is that data mining and machine learning are not synonymous. In fact, the method we just developed is working on very, very sparse, very small data sets. So there's a lot of different, machine learning is kind of like statistics. There's a million different methods that fall under that rubric. So we're actually working in actually a small data environment. So that big data are not a requirement for the application of these methods. So I do need to make that one point. As for the question of these longer repositories, I think they're extraordinarily important. I think it will be really, really important to keep on going with the ASO program and to continue collecting these data. And that's irrespective, really, of a machine learning, of what tool you're using. It's a question of being able to use ASO to track hydroclimatic variability and understand processes around that. Even if you're using a very conventional process simulation model, for the sake of argument, the Sacramento model that the river forecast centers use, you still need to be able to calibrate to that data. And of course, once you've got, even if you used like a purely physics-based model and managed to somehow get it to provide good simulation accuracy, to the level that you'd be confident, using it for making water management decisions without any calibration, you still, you want to be able to validate that. So you need, long records to do that. The question from where I'm coming from, the big challenge is with the ASO, but it's also with a lot of other remote sensing products, is we can't just sit here and wait for 2 or 3 decades for all the data to arrive before we start using it. So I did mention in very, very briefly in the chat that this, for me, I think is the technical challenge. And it's perhaps particularly obvious in an ML context, but it's just as important in a kind of conventional, principal components regression context, or a process simulation based modeling context, whether it's more conceptual model like the Sacramento model, more physically rigorous things like WRF Hydro. So it's just going to be really important to find ways to leverage those shorter data sets. And that's, I think, a significant technical challenge going forward. And I think it's a nut we can crack, though. We just need to really focus on it in all our different communities and understand that it needs to be addressed. And that really mainstreaming things like ASO and other remote sensing products into hands-on, quantitative, modeling-based water resource science, engineering, and management is going to require us to find solutions to that. And there may be more than one solution to it. It could be something as simple as direct insertion. If that works, then the whole problem becomes much simpler. I think there are various other approaches that may have to be adopted in other contexts, perhaps transfer functions, things of that nature, but we'll have to see. And this is something that we're engaging reclamation on in a little project We're going to try and figure out how to do that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my screen froze up there a second. Thanks, Sean. That's great. You know, one other thing I'd like to ask you while you got Sean here, in other contexts, I've heard you describe kind of the evolution of and the importance of, you know, glass box versus black box machine learning approaches, where, you know, you can have a black box approach where it seems to spit out the right answer, but you have no, you know, physical attribution. You don't know why it's doing it. Versus a glass box approach where you can sort of see how it's arriving at that answer. That's probably a fairly clumsy description. Can you maybe talk a little bit about, you know, the appropriateness of those kind of generic model structures in hydrologic forecasting, and how they can enable the connection to the other types of simulation and other approaches?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. It's that black box physical explainability issue that's really been what's hampered machine learning's transition into not just hydrology, but in fact, just about any area of physical science and engineering where there's already an existing solid quantitative body of knowledge and it has to compete with these process simulation models is in no way limited to water resource science. So it's really a critical issue. It's gotten a lot of attention, a much broader perspective, because some of the, you know, almost ethically sketchy things that some machine learning algorithms have done in certain contexts, which, you know, you can read up on your own. But so that's been a huge issue, and to my mind, there's kind of two ways of dealing with it. One is the kind of work that Kratzert is doing and a few others with these LSTMs and these new generations of deep learning models, where you basically you almost step back, you almost give up and let this very, very sophisticated algorithm figure out the problem, and then you sort of pick it apart afterwards to see what it thinks it's doing and why it's doing it. And it's pretty impressive, it looks like, on the basis of some of this initial work, some of the kind of process inference that deep learning might be able to do. I feel that's still quite a ways away from any kind of operationalization. It's just a little too adventuresome at this point. There's another approach, which is to actually simplify the problems, and that's what we've done in our approach to M4, where we've used a number of data compression techniques. We've been extremely careful about using AutoML and hyperparameter algorithms, to find optimal hyperparameters and things like that, all with an eye to making the problem as parsimonious as possible, which allows you to actually visualize input-output relationships and just visually understand what the ML thinks it's doing. And you can also insert a priori physical guidance. So this is called theory-guided or physics-guided machine learning. It's, again, a broad rubric that captures a lot of different things. But, you know, just simple restrictions on the forms that the ML functions can take, like monotonicity. What that means essentially is that, you know, say it's a high flow or a high snow year, all other things being equal, you would not expect it to be a low flow year, right? You know, so that's holding ET constant and, you know, future rainfall and all that kind of thing. And that can be a little bit tricky if you just kind of cut an ML loose on something without enforcing some of these, you know, fairly obvious a priori guidances, but it's actually quite simple to do that. So we've integrated that into our system as well. So what you wind up with in the end are, and again, I need to take a step back here, physical explainability and white box or glass box machine learning means different things in different contexts. For us as an operational water supply forecasting agency, what it means is being able to know why a certain forecast was made and to be able to create a straightforward storyline around that in terms of known physical hydrologic processes and current climate conditions. And just by actually reducing the scale of the problem and enforcing certain physicality constraints, we've been able to do that. these are a couple different approaches going forward. And then, integrating that with I'm not sure. So there was another part to your question about integrating that, I think, with process simulation models. Was that correct, Jeff? I'm sorry.
Well, that was kind of one of the questions that came to my mind, and it may be a little bit naive on my part, but kind of how I started out talking about index and process-based. There's a similar kind of parallel and possible linkages between machine learning approaches and physically based models or index-based models as well, and that's how we can use them to inform each other. This is not we don't have to silo these approaches by saying, oh, that's a physical approach, we're gonna put that over here and give that to Dave Gochis to do. We can inform some of his parameterizations maybe using machine learning approaches or something like that. And kind of that's where I was going with, okay, if we have a machine learning approach that can describe the physical system in some way that we can't really approach conventionally, how can that improve our operational models?
Yeah, and it's definitely a two-way street. I mean, you're seeing, maybe not so much in hydrology just yet, but certainly in the numerical weather prediction community, you're seeing a lot of machine learning being used to solve particular parts of the problem that is being inserted in these bigger, very sophisticated physics-based models. And conversely, in machine learning, as I just mentioned, we're starting to see these physical process constraints being brought into the design of these MLs. So there's a lot of crossover right there. And again, I think in the end, multi-model ensembles have long been understood to be the most effective approach at modeling geophysical systems, including hydrologic systems. And there's absolutely no reason why you can't mix ML models and statistical models and various different process simulation models all into one big ensemble. There was actually a paper maybe about 6-7 years ago from Najafi and Moradkhani, who was at Portland State at the time, who took just a bunch of process simulation models and a bunch of statistical models and lumped them all together, and guess what? It worked really nicely. We've sort of taken baby steps toward that in M4, in that it has 6 different modeling systems within it, 2 more fairly conventional statistical methods, and the other 4 are all machine learning methods, but very different ones. Random forest, support vector machines, 2 different kinds of neural networks. And then you take all that and lump it together, and we find it provides much more consistent performance across the US West than any single model does on its own. And ditto with that previous work by Najafi, where they were combining process simulations with statistical models. So going forward, I mean, there used to be this practice of coordinating operational water supply forecasts between NRCS and river forecast centers and what have you. And that, for some reason, happened long before I got involved at NRCS, that dropped by the wayside. And I kind of see these sorts of multi-model ensembles as being a pathway back towards that in a much more sophisticated way. So we could easily see the various different systems within M4. Reclamation has got its Pi forecast system. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but that's kind of a new framework for developing data-driven models. The RFCs have their Sacramento soil moisture accounting models. Wharf Hydro is being developed. There's various VIC models or various different other models floating around out there. And I see absolutely no reason why we should not bring those all together. And I really, the whole my model is better than your model thing is really not productive, because it kind of misses out on the broader value of having a very diverse set of modeling concepts and technologies all being brought to bear on the same problem. And the net result is a superior result, is a superior outcome in terms of forecast.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, and one that resonates with the comment that Steve Haugen just put into the Q&A, that having multiple models is really useful. I'll just read it. Having multiple models is really useful to water managers, particularly when you have an understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of each model. For the broader public and policymakers that may see these results, how do we communicate the differences? I think this is a key point, that if we've got a bunch of bunch of forecasts that disagree, how do we provide enough information about each of them that it actually presents as guidance rather than just information out of context. Lest we fall into the trap that you identified early on, Sean, of making research to operations unidirectional, I'd like to kind of flip the discussion here and start talking from our practitioner partners' perspective, and that is, as we're developing these different means of integrating ASO data into various model structures, et cetera, what are you looking for as a tool that can be a decision support tool, something that can fall under the broad umbrella of an operational system? Steve was commenting, I'd love to hear what Dave Rosardo or Mike Anderson or Wes Monnier might have to say on that kind of topic, if anybody's calling people out. Mike's commenting. Mike, you care to chime in?
Oh,
Dave?
sure.
Or Dave? Yeah.
They're both there. I'll let Mike go first.
All right. So, it's great if you can have a forecast that spans the whole distribution. You're not wrong. It's completely useless, right? But hey, it's a good forecast. Well, no, it's not. It's a crappy forecast because it doesn't tell you anything. I think some of the things you really want to see is how do you decrease that uncertainty? If I know Tom's been to enough of our cooperative snow surveys meetings to know that a lot of the cooperators will put up, here's DWR's band, here's the Weather Service's band. You put them together, I don't have any information to know how to operate my system. But, and I love when Wes tells his story about using ASO data in 2017. He said the value that came from it was, he said, I have reduced the uncertainty of what is on the hillside. I now have a concrete conversation to have with the Corps about what's on the hillside. And I've decreased the uncertainty. It clarified the decision space for the volume of waters that they're dealing with. And I think that's what we want to do. Now, one of the things I love about this whole conversation is the idea of blending the emerging tech and observations with the advances we're making in forecasting. Really do like the idea of combining both the physically based forecasting models with machine learning. When you talk with folks that actually hand out the money, it gets really hard to maybe try some of the more innovative things that you were all discussing about combining index methods and other things, because I sent the little note there to Jeff early on in the session. They look at the pretty maps that are shown, and then they look at a point value that's supposed to represent a whole watershed, and they look at it as one's better than the other. Then they look at, well, how much does that cost me? Right, Tom? Those are their two questions. And that's the level of thinking that goes into it for the folks that actually decide who gets the money. So being able to clarify, great, fantastic technical discussion amongst PhDs, fabulous. What needs to happen is, how do you bring that down and have a meaningful conversation about a space to explore for folks that have absolutely zero technical background? Where do we pull the value? How do we decrease the uncertainty? How do we clarify the decision space? So there's really the arc that is the challenge for the technical community to work in, is how do we talk about all this great, fantastic work going on, and where is that space that we can really speak to? Boy, if we head in this direction, this is going to clarify that decision space. You're going to know sooner the choice metrics that you have in front of you. And the ones that are ugly, you get to have a little more time to figure out how to have those conversations. That's where we need to head. And I love what I'm hearing, but I'm a PhD, I can understand you all. The folks I have to deal with more recently, they don't quite follow as easily. We'll just leave it at that, and I'll let Dave finish up.
Yeah, I think to continue on Mike's thread. I mean, you can see why we work pretty well together. I let Mike go deal with all that crap most of the time, and then I'm trying to hold on to Mike's hand on one hand, and then Sean and Ramesh and Mitch and their teams on the other, and our partners. But what I think what we do well as a team over here at DWR is, you know, whether it's Mike or myself, or even quite frankly, our immediate supervisors, you know, trying to consistently communicate that up. But the other aspect of this that I think is important, and it just sort of comes into program management and staff management, you know, where this fits in for us right now is a bridge. And I think that's the best way I can describe it. You know, we've got our current methodologies, which is the index-based method. And I mentioned this yesterday. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but as Mike said, this is a message that we have been sending up the chain. You know, we can't just tomorrow throw that away and start hitting buttons on a new method. The equations are what they are. They still work really well, except for that uncertainty that Mike talked about. And I think, again, we all agree that that is just, you know, kind of what's killing us, right, on the forecast, especially with the equations and the way we use them. Okay, fine. You know, that's the area for improvement. But what you also have is a legacy system that, you know, Sean's current staff, some of them, including Sean, have been around a while. You know, I'm still around. We're all part of this legacy of a team that's been using this for a long time, and that knowledge, that understanding of how the equation behaves when the pillow says this and a precip gauge says that. You can't just throw that away overnight either. You know, and so what I see here is an opportunity, what we're kind of calling our pilot program here in California. You know, it's moving towards the WRF hydro assimilation with ASO data. There's, you know, if you ask us, yeah, no doubt, we need to go to the physically based model. You know, it's like we're pulling the leash, and, you know, it's kind of going the other way sometimes. And Mike said, you know, we put enough shiny pictures up that they come, you know, a little bit towards us. And we all acknowledge that that's just part of the process. But having that bridge to that, you know, if it was up to us, we'd have built that model a couple of years ago, and would already be in a couple of years of overlap of taking that on. But we're not there. I think we're getting there, really close. And what I'm looking for as part of this pilot program that is that assimilation of the data and using these types of models to build out physically based models and selling it up the management chain, or not only like that's where we're going to be someday, but hey, in the meantime, here are all these other bridging the gap benefits that are there. Filling in data gaps. You know, we talked about it yesterday of how many stations we've either lost in the fires, or God knows if they're actually working because there's no snow on the ground. And we won't know that until there's snow on the ground, and then there's no way we can go in and fix them. So bridging that gap, bridging the gap has been mentioned before of where there just is no data. So all those things help us transition. And I think that's my key thing of where this all fits in, and where we're really headed.
Wes, you're there. You gonna unmute? Maybe. Marco, you made a comment as well.
Thank you, Tom. Can you guys hear me okay? So first thing I'd like to say is this is an awesome workshop, Tom. I appreciate how advanced you guys have come with that technology in such a short time. Really awesome stuff to see. I like to spread the differences between research and operations, and kind of say some of the things, you know, like Mike Anderson's been talking about, and Dave and stuff like that. Operators need to know how much water they're going to release out of the dam at any given time. And that could be for water supply, power generation, flood control, or a number of different demands. And when we look at our planning studies and the kind of data we get from snow melt and April to July forecast, that becomes very important. And planning studies cannot be out by 50,000 acre feet or 100,000 acre feet. And we can look at our series and yeah, we may be trending, but how are we operationally? How are we doing operationally at any given point in time? And I think that's where the issue of variability comes in, or uncertainty. I'm not at the PhD level yet, so I get the two confused a little bit. But the fact of the matter is, you know, if we know what the April to July snow melt runoff is going to be, plus or minus, you know, 75,000 acre feet, that's really not getting us to where we need to be. So therefore, I think it's important to look at these physically based models, look at how we're doing things. There's a lot of institutional knowledge out there, and I think that intelligence needs to go into the models. I mean, even simple things like, you know, we know that if this gauge is saying something, this is what it means. You know, that to me is institutional knowledge that could be potentially modeled and put into some kind of simulation effort to get you closer to the answers. We've been doing that a little bit. We're looking at climate change and looking at how to parameterize different climate change indicators and trying to adjust the data for like that to get a better forecast. We're looking at things like artificial intelligence with DWR. There's been a lot of stuff going on that kind of gets into that level of precision. But at the end of the day, we do have to reduce that variability. You know, that's our goal. I think ASO Inc. does that, and it's important to try to get that uncertainty as low as possible so that the decisions can be made at the local level.
I think the uncertainty question is certainly a major one. I know Eli had a question in the chat earlier. Is that, you got your hand up? Is that what you're asking about, Eli?
I was just wondering, this is kind of a question for everyone, but particularly directed toward the managers who we're lucky to have on. But from your perspective, like what's best kind of focus on improving? Is it the like quantitative side of measuring what our uncertainty is, or is it equally important to like understand like the physical sources of that uncertainty? And then I'm just kind of thinking of how that might play into, you know, the different levels of modeling. Obviously, I'm coming in with the simplest of the simple versus like with machine learning algorithms. Could there be a scenario in which reduced uncertainty might not be an improvement if we can't explain where that uncertainty is coming from?
Can I do my Wes impression? Yes, both. You know, Eli, what you just said is so important. I mean, if I'm sitting in the forecasting chair, I'm just trying to make sense of a model, and did it help me reduce the error? And I can quantify how much. I mean, that's my job. My job is to put out the best forecast I think I can. The second point there, though, is, and I know Steve's on the line, you know, I don't know if Wes is, but I mean, I can think back to 2011 and the conversation in 2017 that I had with these gentlemen, many of my colleagues had with these gentlemen, where the egos left the room. There's 3 or 4 different models telling us what's coming down the hill on a reservoir that's already full, and they don't agree. Nobody gave a crap about who built that model or anything else. We were trying to understand why they were different. And that's all that mattered, because there are millions of people downstream, and there are billions of dollars downstream that are at stake. So, you know, it's a good question. Unfortunately, it's like we want our cake and we want to eat it too. And it's just the different roles you have to understand. The different roles is, if I'm the one in the chair hitting those buttons, I'm just trying to do the best job I think is out there. But then at some point, we've got to be able to meet with our partners and say, who can make sense of this and why? And I'm just going to put it out there, right? They're all wrong. So why are they wrong? It's so important we can articulate that. And part of that also for me is when we're trying to choose a path forward on this, again, there's a lot of options out there, right? It's like going to CarMax. There's every possible car ever made at a CarMax lot. If you want a Hyundai versus a Toyota versus a Mini, they're there. You can buy any one you want. If I'm going to invest in a modeling platform moving forward, is that modeling platform supported and backed? Because my staff don't have the capacity to be the experts. They are going to try, they're going to learn, they're going to push those buttons, and they're going to use their brains. But when that model is failing or there's an upgrade or something, is there somebody on the other end that we can call and say, hey, is there something that happened? Is there something with the upgrades or something we should know? That's important too. And that helps us understand that discussion later down the road of, okay, my model is over forecast or it's higher than yours because it's seeing this versus what you're seeing. So yes, both.
Let me maybe talk to that just a moment. As a reservoir manager, you're going to have a couple of forecast models at your disposal. And say one of those is purely based on machine learning, no constraints on it whatsoever. It may give you the exact answer, but I have no ability to tell or explain to people why it has that exact answer. So, it gets into this point, you have to be able to explain your decisions ultimately. And knowing, the source of a model, understanding a model, being able to explain what physics were utilized, what there's value in that. Today, I would probably use a machine learned model as maybe guidance or giving me some additional feedback, but I don't know that I would use that for a firm decision today because I can't answer those questions to policymakers, to the guy's house that I just ran water through his living room because we had a mistake. So those are the kinds of items that as a water manager you have to be basing decisions on. It's one thing to have a forecast number in front of you. It's a whole other thing to know what that is based on and how to defend a decision. So, a couple of thoughts there.
That's an interesting point, Steve, because from the data provision, and I'll put my PhD hat back on from the ivory tower perspective. It may be that we've identified you as an operator as the target for forecast improvement, but we need to be able to see past you and to your constituents and those you answer to as well. And it may be more than just a number. That explainability part and that ability to defend your decision making is something that needs to be enabled by novel data sources, by forecast model changes or improvements or whatever. I think that how we define the operational system can't stop at the operator. It's got to be all the way downstream.
Well stated, Jeff.
Thanks everybody for answering. That's really great discussion. Thanks so much.
Jeff, yeah, I guess I'll throw in a response to that last point by Steve as well. And that is, it is one thing to tune up a system for one specific application. And oftentimes that can be the best solution. But in, era of limited resources, which I think it's safe to say we're almost always in and going to be in, systems that have a significant degree of agility to be able to adapt and change quickly from forecasting of one type of problem to another type of problem, say from a longer range water resources prediction to multi-day flood event in the near term due to an atmospheric river, but having the same system which forecasters and water managers are already familiar with. There's value in that, and having that background system stood up is ideal. I think the key challenge with that is, can you expect and deliver on such a promise for that? And that's what's really proven to be difficult with a lot of these systems, whether it's a model that's tuned up with machine learning to produce a flow forecast at a point for a longer term versus a shorter term, or a physics-based model. I think there are equal challenges. They're different challenges, but they're equal in those regards. But I think that idea of a forecast system having a lot of agility and being able to demonstrate that agility would seem to have a lot of value moving forward throughout a spectrum of decision-making processes.
Yeah, agility is a good word for that. I think that's actually a better word than resilience. But we're seeing as the hydroclimate changes, as fires ravage watersheds, having a system or set of systems that can be reliable under those different conditions, I think is really a key thing going forward. It's something that we see ASO obviously as being integral to that, but it's not the only cog in the wheel. We are just about at time here, or maybe a little bit over. I'd love to keep this going for another hour, but that's beyond what we've asked of everybody's time today. I want to thank all of our presenters throughout the day. I want to thank everyone who's participated in the discussion this afternoon. Every time it's coming up to start convening the ASO workshop every year, we're like, it's a lot of work. Do we really have time to do that this year? This is why the answer is always yes, we have to do that. The content here is great. All of you make it great. So thank you so much for everyone's participation. And we've got one more day tomorrow. Quickly bring up the agenda here. Same timing, we're on at 9 a.m. Pacific. Steve Haugen will be up with the keynote first, and then a bunch more great talks. So, and not to miss some ASO team updates after lunch. We'll be talking about some of the upgrades we've made and are making to our tech and systems and everything else. So thanks again, everyone, for another great day. Tom, any concluding thoughts here?
Just that I'm super pumped that there's going to be another discussion tomorrow at the end, and I just want to echo what Jeff said about the presentations, but the participation in these discussions. I think it's just it's an incredible opportunity for all of us to help advance our abilities with the #1 resource in the Western U.S. and a lot of places in the world, and hopefully when the history is written, that some of these discussions will come into play. So really appreciate everybody's participation, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Cheers.